What's up, everyone? It's Russo. I hope everyone is doing well. Please follow my Instagram at Russo Lifts, just in case something happens to this YouTube channel. You can follow, message, and you can watch my daily story content on Instagram. I'll see you there.
What's up, everyone? It's Russo. I hope everyone is doing well. Bluntbiohacking.exe episode number 2 with special guest Anthony Hughes, Dr. Tony Hughes. We are back, me and Alek, and we are going to get we're going to get started real quick. Cannot talk already while I'm recording, but you guys got to drop a thumbs up. I wore the Adidas tracksuit. If I don't see a bunch of thumbs up for this tracksuit, like Alek really let us down here. He's wearing the same exact outfit as the previous episode. And we have Tony over there munching on gluten-free cookies, the king of not exercising and using chemistry to just scoot his way around, you know, being a normal person.
And not in a tracksuit because I didn't get the memo.
Well, Alek had the memo. Alek had the memo. Like, he's like the Macedonian mobster. So we were hoping to see him fully thugged out here. But next episode, he's got me.
Is that why? Because you have sort of the Russian style. They all wear tracksuits. That's why you are wearing okay, got it.
They all tracksuits I wore when there was the coaching reveal video, and people were commenting on that. It's all about BMWs and tracksuits.
We're still waiting on Alek to get his G-Wagon, and we can put that in the video too.
Yeah, that's the goal.
So Tony, how have you been? Apparently, according to the internet, me and you aren't friends. So yeah, I guess this is like us making up according to the people who look at us from the outside in, even though we stayed together at the Olympia.
Well, I mean, actually, how we reconnected is, we are always connected, whatever. We can message each other anytime, longtime loyal friends of freedom. But I messaged Alex because I was thinking, like, I need a bodybuilding chemist's opinion on some things to compare against what I'm thinking about some things. And he messages back like he's on the podcast with you, and your message me like, what the heck? You're trying to take my podcast host. I'm like, okay, that's our first communication. Is like, it feels like, whoa, it felt like a little friction. So maybe that's
well. We're all about chirping here. All the other podcasts, everyone goes easy on you. You got the charisma and the lawyer swag, and you're good with diversion. So, you know, Alek's also the king of the debate club in Macedonia. So I thought this one would be a little bit more interesting for everyone.
Come at me, bro.
Every single podcast you go on, it's just like they just end up like, I feel like they start the podcast like, oh, I'm going to come at Tony. And then like as the podcast goes on, it's just like you dominating the whole conversation.
Yeah, that's because they can subconsciously feel all I'm thinking about is having an orgy with them at the same time.
But that's the problem, though. It shouldn't be like somebody against another one. You know, we all share similar ideas. You know, sometimes one can have like a superior or be more accurate, so to speak, in his assessments. So it's just about the learning.
Yeah, and I'm not being hostile towards Tony either. I'm just saying, like, we might as well just chirp each other on here. That makes it more authentic, you know?
Well, if there's rumors, we should like talk about the rumors, because I think one of the things I never really do is there's a lot of rumors about Tony Hughes, and especially if there's crossover rumors, then more interesting to talk about together. But I never really address them, you know, and I feel like I don't feel like I need to defend myself. But on the other hand, I believe in accuracy of information so people can make their own informed decisions. And if there's misunderstandings, then I would like to clear them up so that people have accurate context to be able to understand the content and learn better.
What is like the biggest rumor that you got going around that you feel like you're misrepresented about?
I think there's a lot of them. I hope you guys come up with some, but if I think, about hair loss is probably the biggest one. Like steroids caused me to lose all my hair, right?
Right.
That's Alek's specialty.
Yeah. So what's your assumption? What's your premise on that?
Steroids did not cause me very much hair loss, with the exception of primobolan. And it was only when I went really high dosage on the primobolan, I went up to 1,600 milligrams per week. That's a lot. That's 16 ml per week.
Where did you put?
Where'd I put it?
Yeah.
I would just inject. I mean, I inject too much in my glutes. I probably should rotate more away from my glutes, but it's just like,
you know what can happen? If that oil does not get properly absorbed, it can be encapsulated, and you can form like an abscess without infection, without infiltration. But you can have like an abscess that just encapsulated in your body because it's not absorbing. And over time, years later, it may just blow up, and you'd be like, holy shit, when did this happen? And in reality, that may have been something that has been a ticking bomb for years, for example. If you're just shooting more.
When you say blow up, you mean in a bad way, as in like infection leaks out?
It can cause pressure, and like it can pinch nerves or arteries. Like it can cause tissue necrosis from impaired blood flow to the area, because it's basically like a capsule. If you do an MRI, I've seen this. If you do an MRI and like you'd see that you have a foreign body, like it would be white on an MRI. And it's going nowhere because your body is not breaking it down. You're just encapsulating it. And as you shoot more and more, it grows. At some point, it may affect your bones, your ligaments, your nerves, leading to necrosis, basically.
When you said blow up, I thought maybe you meant like that the bubble bursts a year later, and then you get all this primobolan or steroids, in your body at the same time, and you blow up.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, so I do. Yeah. With what I do to prevent that is, after I inject, I put my palm like that and I rub it really good. I massage it in. That has prevented any kind of balling up of the encapsulation of the area for me pretty good. And then, the problem is like I build up a lot of I have a lot of scar tissue there on my upper outer glute. I can feel it when the needle goes in, it goes. And so when it goes, I think, okay, that spot is a place I will avoid injecting next time because I've hit that spot too many times. But then I have girls, like when they massage me with their elbow, I have them really grind on those areas, smooth them out a little bit. Yeah.
Trying to break. Yeah. So going back to the hair thing, I assume your premise is that you're losing hair from stress. You said your baby mamas, your work, your things like that. So if hair loss mediated through stress, because it can happen, that's called a telogenic effluvium, which means that all your hair follicles, or a lot of them, shift from the anagenic phase into the telogenic phase, which is the shedding phase. What happens then is, after that occurrence happens, they revert back to normal over time. So if that was the case, your hair should be growing back if it's stress-induced or cortisol-induced. With hair loss, with steroid-related hair loss, androgens, what happens is each hair follicle has its own individual organ. It grows in the anagenic phase, which is like 3 to 5 years, and then sheds in the telogenic phase, which is 90 days, and there's a ketogenic phase, which is 10 days. So when you lose the hair follicles, you don't see it for the next 100 days. With androgenic alopecia, when the next anagenic phase happens, the hair follicle is thinner in diameter, it's shorter in length, and its anagenic phase, it's even shorter this time, therefore causing a progressive miniaturization. So at the end of the day, you're gonna get bald, because each cycle it's less and less noticeable till it's gone. So if somebody has a progressive hair loss where there's no hair growing back, that means that he most likely has androgenic alopecia, because there's no other form of hair loss that progressively makes you lose hair. Even if you get chemotherapy done, you lose all your hair, but eventually over time, it's gonna grow back. The only autoimmune condition, which would be alopecia totalis, well, like you lose all your hair, that's when it doesn't grow back, even if you use like high doses of corticosteroids and DMARDs But in your case, I think you're just really, I would say just ignorant to the fact that it's really steroid related, but it's so slow over time and you just cannot comprehend that that's the underlying cause, because it's very slow in your situation. You know, in other people, when they start losing hair, it's like this, and it just progresses and they go to shit within like 2-3 years or 2-3 cycles. So you're lucky in that regard. But again, as you're a male and you use androgens, that's actually the end result. So that's why you're losing hair. It's not the stress. It's not anything else. It's not your diet. They are contributing factors to, you know, acute sheddings. But in the long run, there's no way you're not losing it through androgens if you're not getting it back.
So Alec, in like layman's terms for like, you know, the normal people who don't have like 50 medical terms memorized, like you're basically saying that like this bout of stress Tony is claiming to cause the hair loss, like once it ended, he should have saw some regrowth, you know, reversing.
For sure, yeah.
She's chirping on me.
Yeah.
That's what we'll have to call it. We'll have to call it every time he disagrees with me slightly. But there's some more things because I'm trying to see if all of the facts that I've experienced are in alignment with that, or if there's something that stands out that's inconsistent with that. So a lot of different things. One is maybe I'm always under stress. You know, maybe that's the problem. Maybe like if I chilled out for a month, maybe my hair would thicken than if that was the case. Like you're saying, because I'm saying I lost hair from bouts of stress. Yeah. Maybe I've never had enough of a break from stress to fully regrow the hair.
Like Tony, when you were like, Tony, when you're in like gangster lawyer mode, like working like crazy, like, did you notice once you entered that chapter of your life that the hair just started to go? Or was it only after you started steroids at 27 that you noticed the hair started to go?
I don't know that it would ever just be just lawyer only. It would be like it's lawyer plus when life hits you at the same time, and then it's just overwhelming, but you still handle it. Nobody can tell you're suffering through it. But the baby mamas would be the biggest, like that's next level stress, right?
Right. Like, so I want to intervene here. I mean, logically, that's a fair point. But the thing is that if you're chronically under stress to the point of your organs are being affected, that would reflect on blood work. Your cortisol would be elevated, your TRH, corticotropin-releasing hormone from the hypothalamus, your adrenocorticotropic hormone from the pituitary would be elevated. Your endocrine signaling for stress would be elevated. Like there are ways where you can actually measure this and conclude whether that's the cause. So, and also you would be sympathetic all the time. Like you would have increased noradrenergic signaling. You'd be stressed, like physically stressed as well. You'd have problems with heart rate. You'd have like anxiety attacks. Like this is a big statement, you know. If you're stressed to the point of, you know, losing your hair to that extent chronically over your whole life, then in that case, you'd been suffering consequences in other aspects of your life and in your physical body. So, you know, again, I don't think that's, you know, that's likely. I think it's just, you know, the normal underlying cause that happens to every man in existence. And I mean,
yeah, before I ever started steroids, I already had pretty thin hair. I mean, that's just for the audience to understand. Like you have to compare what my hair is now versus what it was before, not just look at it now. And by the way, when people come up to me, I mean, yeah, I'm doing every trick I can with my hair to make it look fuller. But when people come up to me and they look closely at me, the most common comment about my hair is, how do you still have so much hair when you've taken so many steroids? Not how you lost hair, but instead like, wow, you actually have a lot more hair than I thought.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. What do you do? Can you let us know as far as prevention, as far as improving
your hair loss stack?
Yeah, the stack.
So the main thing that I've used for the longest time is I made a hair formula at home, just, with minoxidil, RU, and like there's like 5 or let's say maybe like 4 different of the vitamin Bs that have something to do with hair growth. Mm-hmm. So I put all the vitamin Bs in there and I nanoparticularized it and I suspended it in glycerin with a little DMSO and some other things in it, something for blood flow and stuff like that. So yeah, I just put that on my scalp at night. I've been disappointed with it though. Like I was thinking this would be the most amazing underground product if this really worked as well as I hoped. But I've been disappointed because I don't think it ever grew new hair. Now, I don't think I have had hair loss really much since I've been using it, but it didn't really grow new hair, which is kind of like, it seems like a lot of work for just not losing more hair.
How long have you been doing it?
On and off I started experimenting with this so many years ago. I don't know, maybe it's like 4 years ago, but it's like on and off little experiments with different batches 4 years ago, maybe. And then more recently I would use it more and more and more because like I'm actually trying. And then the microneedling, I did that. I just don't think I had a very good microneedle. I finally ordered one that I think is much better. And so I don't think I've ever really given the microneedling its true chance. Yeah. So that's something that I've been doing, but I don't think I've been doing it effectively.
Like Tony, when you do your experiments, like for example, like I would put a hair catcher in when I did all those SARM documentaries and be like, oh shit, like RAD 140 caused me a lot of shedding. You could like count how many hairs you had at the end of each shower. Like, were you ever documenting and tracking that way? Because like S23, RAD 140, like tons of shedding. When I did my Austrian cycle, like virtually no shedding at all. Like I could see like, okay, this is accelerating my hair loss. This isn't accelerating my hair loss. Did you ever like document any of that?
Yeah, I shot lots of clips of me looking at my hands and the hair and what caused hair loss and which didn't. Nothing really organized though, but I would just put my fingers through my hair when I'm washing my hair and close like that and not like try to rip it out, but like gently lift.
Like see what follicles were going to come out
and see if hair is like coming out or not. Right. I have this nightmare. I was getting my hair cut one time and this old person had like really long gray hair and they went in to get a haircut and the hairdresser put the comb through the hair and went like this and all the hair came out in the comb like this. It's like this person hadn't combed their hair in 10 years and it was just waiting to like fall out with one brush of the stroke. And she looks around like, I'm supposed to cut this. I can't even comb it without it falling out. And I'm like that. I'm like, oh my God, that's so fragile. And then I thought, gosh, this person had all this fragile hair for so long that didn't fall out. And then as soon as it was physically aggravated, then it falls out. And then I'm thinking, I get all these massages. I get a lot of massages where they massage my scalp hard. It feels like they're ripping my hair out. And I'm kind of thinking that has actually caused a lot of hair.
I remember when you gave me Tony, when I would go with you and get those massages at the end, they would do that hair thing. And I'm like, yo, like you probably just took like a year of my hair off. Like how many of those have you gotten? For those who don't know, like if you go to the cheap Asian massages, like at the end, they're like massaging your scalp, but they're like really like ripping your hair out. Like how many of those do you think took your hair out? Because you're like a lot of them.
So the question for Alex would be that type of hair loss where your Chinese or Thailand massage therapist is ripping your hair out every once in a while. Is that going to just grow back like normal?
Yeah, because hair loss happens at the root, which is deep within the derma papilla, in the skin. So even if they plug it out, it's going to grow back next anagenic phase. Unless it's something that's chronic. So we see this in women that use hair extensions, and those hair extensions pull on their hair for like years, right? And they don't remove them. And that causes traction alopecia, which is basically by pulling off the hair. And that can damage the hair follicles over time for sure. And some have seen, bald spots, but even they over time see regrowth, so it can cause acute damage. I'm not saying that it cannot. Anything can do that. But sheer progressively miniaturizing hair is basically like a signature characteristic for androgen-mediated hair loss, which we all will have. And even females have it. If you see old, women in their 70s or postmenopausally, whatever, you see their hair being thinner. Some even have bald spots. And it just through the problem, their estrogen crashes, as they approach menopause. So their androgen to estrogen ratio is off, and at the same type of hair loss that we do, which is androgenic. So we see in studies or in practice where transgenders take estrogen therapy and they just fucking regrow their hair.
Yeah. So in Thailand, of course, a lot of lady, guys don't usually have as thick of hair as like women. Usually have more and thicker hair, not just because it's longer, because it's the estrogen, right?
Yes.
And a lack of DHT. So here, when you have a lady boy that's taking estrogen and suppressing her DHT, her hair can be really thick and really strong and really beautiful, just like a female's hair.
Better. Even because when they take estrogen, they take super physiological amounts. They're more female than females because they take a lot of hormones in order to change their biology, to change their facial structure, their hair, their skin. So they basically blast steroids from the other end of the spectrum. So they're enhanced just like you. That's why you like them.
Yeah. Oh, enough about that. You're trying to turn me on. No, I'm just kidding.
I have a wig. I shaved for this interview.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like Alek, ever since I met him, like Alek only uses shit that doesn't cause hair loss. He's maintained his hair like crazy. And now like on the previous episode of Blunt Biohacking, Alek's like, whoa, my hair is a deep insecurity of mine. So I wanted to see how good I looked bald. But like really, Alek's hairline is the GOAT in this podcast, but he's shaved head right now.
Yeah.
I will probably get a hair transplant in the future.
Oh yeah, let's segue into that. So that's the hot topic right now. I'll just name drop, like you see Doucette and these other influencers are getting paid to fly and get that hair transplant, and like that's the clout bullshit trending thing going on right now. Alek, what is your opinion on all of them going and getting those hair transplants done? Like what's the deal with that?
Do you know? So they go in Turkey. I go in Turkey every summer because it's very nice for tourism. The weather is amazing. It's super cheap. They're friendly. A hair transplant over there is 3,000 euros, which is nothing. And that's it's not per graft. It's as much as you want. As many hair follicles as you have, they can transplant it. So it's very cheap. I wonder why they go to Turkey though. I mean, even though they get a sponsorship like Greg, for example, but like
it's all free. It's all free for them.
Super rich though. Like again, America has better doctors. I mean, not the average doctor, but they have, like, if you have money, if you have fuck you money, like you'd find the best. So why not go in the States? Like, why would you travel to Europe and then, go to some questionable clinic?
Well, Alek, let's hypothetically say like Tony, like he doesn't matter. Like he'll pay the money, get a hair transplant done. Like what does that all entail? And like, is that going to last, Tony? Is it like extra maintenance? Will it look normal?
Yeah, they just take grafts from the back of your head where it's not usually androgen affected. And they transplanted the grafts where you have hair loss. And the problem with that is like they will grow. And the problem is that they don't have enough grafts. We don't have enough grafts in the area behind our necks to cover the whole top. So you'd still progressively lose what you have if you have the genetic predisposition for it. So for example, you can transplant everything here, but this will go again. So you may end up looking stupid. And also, if the surgeons are bad and they fuck up the whole procedure, you can have scarring at the back
Or
of
the hairline is uneven.
or even that, because it's a procedure.
I don't know who I'm talking about. I don't know. Just it's what I noticed,
right.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about. Greg.
So I hesitate to get it because I don't want to just take from the back of my scalp. It just seems like taking from one place to put another. If there was any way to pay
Tony's hair is like Tony's hair, like it's not like he's not genetically predisposed to like bald like that. So I'm assuming his would last, right?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Like slight crowning, but it's not like, oh wow, like one of those guys who has male pattern baldness out the ass.
Bro, it doesn't matter though. If you want to, if it makes you happy, whatever. Like some people are like, there's this physique pro, Kim Mangle. She's really like, she looks insane. And I messaged him, what did you do about your hair? Because he was bald, and he just replied, hair system. So a lot of people, especially competitors, use wigs, hair systems, and they look very natural. Like you would never know that they're real hair. So it doesn't matter. Like if that suits your boat, whatever. I wouldn't judge. I may do something like that myself if I wanted to. It doesn't matter. Females have the options of changing their whole identity with makeup, with heels, with
their whole fucking face structure.
Yeah, with everything, with Botox, with hyaluronic acid, with fucking everything, filters. So I mean, whatever. We might as well play our cards to the best of our abilities. So it doesn't matter.
So my overall approach as far as a hair transplant is to wait to see if some new technology is in the works to where they grow some kind of synthetic hair follicle or can take it from some other part of the body. Or my dream would be to like take it from a cat, because I would like love to have cat hair and like really soft, and thick.
That would solve every problem in medicine, because the hair follicles are individual organs. If you successfully transplant a hair follicle from another human being or animal, is the equivalent of transplanting a heart or kidneys. Like that's the your immune system would react. Like if I were to transplant Tony's hair on me, I would have like severe immunological responses. Same as if I were to transplant a heart.
Alek, I think they did officially do the first like grown heart transplant, didn't they?
From pigs.
Yeah. Like, I don't know much about it other than I saw that. I was like, oh wow, they're getting to that level. Is that going to be like heavily rejected? Like, is he going to use rejection medication?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But I mean, if it works, then Jesus Christ, we're saved. I mean,
right? You just fucking add to cart, and there's no waiting around.
A breakthrough.
If we can add organs from other animals, like imagine you could get if you tore a tendon in your bicep, you could get a tendon from like a horse put in your arm or something, Yeah.
Talk about enhancement, right?
Yeah.
Well, and there's Elon Musk, who he's going to fucking hook a chip up to your head. So imagine the amount of money you could make if your phone, like you just thought and your phone did shit. Like, and you already had like an e-commerce, like online thing built up, like the amount of actions per minute you could do. So that's getting real wild by 2030.
Not only that, the whole idea behind that is to improve neurotransmission. So people with Parkinson's disease, like their hands are like this because they're dopamine deficient. Like that microchip would essentially upregulate dopamine signaling, and like that would cure diseases. So,
well, in my opinion, that's the way to make that, like to get that technology developed, right? There's got to be some, we're saving the life. We're going to, the quality of life is going to, and then like, you'll see what they actually make it for soon after that.
But still, I think risk reward ratio, because people with debilitating diseases, I mean, they don't have much.
I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying, like down the line, that's everyone's gonna have one of those.
For sure.
Everyone's a cyborg with the phone all day. Like it's just the next evolution.
Are you on the phone, Tony, in Thailand now that you're not in the States as much? Are you distracted from life?
You mean the phone? Am I on the phone as much? You said? Yeah. Actually, one of the reasons I chose Thailand over some of the other countries that I would love to live in is because Thailand has the fastest rated internet in the world.
Yeah, they have actual real 5G. So all the 5G in the States is bullshit. Like you test the speeds. South Korea and Thailand have actual 5G.
How would you explain like the difference? Is it really noticeable, like in practical applications?
It's basically like, so like there's Wi-Fi speed and then there's 4G speed. 4G speed, there's a delay. Basically, actual 5G is like having a Wi-Fi speed everywhere. So all the information is coming at you faster, and the radiation is much, much worse. Like everywhere you see there's 5G towers set up, there's dead birds all around them that chill out on them. So I don't know.
Yeah. So the practical use of it is like your cell phone in Thailand is so fast, you can just set your cell phone up as a Wi-Fi hotspot and have crazy good internet for your laptop. Or you can just take a SIM card and stick it in a router. You know, some routers can take a SIM card, and that router is as fast as your home, you know, Comcast internet or whatever. And it's a mobile hotspot you could bring anywhere and connect a bunch of devices to. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, you still have some kind of old wiring some places. Like one of my condos is on a street that has old wiring, and so sometimes like the internet just goes out for no reason. Like reliability of things outside of America is lower, but speed is so much higher. But when I just a few months ago, it was with Russo in the US. Russo and I were together in Florida for Olympia, and then I was traveling around the US and Mexico and Dubai. And so I got a taste of internet outside of Thailand again. And America, I was just shocked at how slow it was. And like you'd be on a call or something and you'd be driving and it just drops. And then you have to call back, like constantly dropping and freezing. And I'm like, I don't even remember how I dealt with this because my new standard. Thailand. Yeah.
And like all the 5G in the States, it's not actually 5G. Like, I don't know how they can claim it's 5G when you look at the infrastructure to actually hit 5G speeds, like pretty much San Francisco and LA are set up to hit real 5G speeds. A lot of the other cities aren't. And it's not
America's
real.
Just very slow at everything too. So like Thailand is a military dictatorship. So if some business like the telecommunications industry has obviously, which does have an in with the government, then they can just put up towers instantly. They don't have to care what people say or care that people are going to vote or worry about it or whatever. That's boop, all the towers go up and boop, activated, boop, speeds go up. So that's why Thailand always stays ahead of all the other countries on telecommunications. And then Mexico, wow, Mexico got so much worse. I mean, in Mexico, I left early because I decided I was going to go to Dubai because we had Big PRAMI and Dennis James at the big Dubai muscle show. And, but it was also like, there was two factors because I really wanted to be in Mexico longer. It was the show, and it was also the internet. It was that I couldn't get anything done in Mexico. It was so slow. And then in Dubai, it was so expensive to use the internet, and it wasn't that fast, and it was really hard to top up, and it was just a huge hassle. And I thought, nobody could be dealing with this all the time. This is Dubai. People are busy business people. They fast internet would be the most important staple that they need to be there. And so I'm asking around, and all the expensive business people with lots of money, they pay huge money for unlimited. And so they're fine. And they have a resident visa, so they can get a real SIM card instead of the crappy tourist SIM card. But the
so workers, you can't get a real SIM card unless you really pay into it there.
Yeah. Where?
In Dubai, you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to pay in to get a real SIM card there.
Yes, right. Yeah. as a tourist, if they don't make it that easy, then I ask all the common people, like people that just, like someone who works at Starbucks, for example, I'm like, how do you deal with the internet? And they're like, oh, we don't pay for internet. It's too expensive. Like, well, how do you do internet? Oh, we use Wi-Fi. At work, we connect to the Wi-Fi, and then we go home, we connect to the Wi-Fi. I'm like, this is Dubai. How could they be so far behind Thailand?
Dubai is like a facade. It's just a facade, in my opinion.
Just a fancy desert with buildings and sheikhs with money.
It's in a lot of ways, it's just like Las Vegas, which is like,
exactly.
Tease you to get there and spend way too much money and, give you kind of this surface thing without any substance.
There's
a lot of more benefits than that, but that's just kind of the overall theme.
Do you know why a lot of bodybuilders go there? Do you have any idea why?
Are you going to tell me, or you want me to give you my opinion?
Well, I will give you my my premise based on what I've seen and what I've heard. So just wanted to see if usually they get paid for dancing at private parties, on boats, doing male stripping, the whole G4p things that was very popular over the internet. Now it's in real life, and they get like paid insane amount of money, like tens and thousands of dollars per night for doing that. And I know a lot of people that actually do that. They go over there during summer, and when they come back, where that may be in Europe or the States, they show me, they come back with perfumes, expensive, with luggage, with everything, with watches.
Oh, I have such a name drop right now, but since I can't say that.
Yeah, you see,
that's very accurate.
It's all accurate. Yeah. And then that's the same way Las Vegas is too. Like bodybuilders go to Las Vegas because, to bodybuilder, to the hardcore bodybuilding world, we are doing something like really like masculine and
right.
But to the gay world, bodybuilders are like pageant, like beauty pageant guys, So we're entertainers and we're sexy to look at, and they look at us like we look at swimsuit models. Like we would hire
the top IG thoughts
to be at our party. They would hire bodybuilders to be at a gay party. Yeah, I see that exactly style. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. So when I see cars, here's one big dilemma that I have, and I have to name drop somebody. I don't want people to get me wrong. Is Russo here? I can see him.
You see me?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So there was this unfortunate crash of Larry's friend. I don't know who it was.
Black Tom Cruise.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Larry Wheels is hype man. He always get the morning paper, Larry, and he was like ultimate meme clout god of Larry Wheels and made Larry's videos super hype for the audience.
Yeah, but this kind of triggered me up for a bit. So you're in Dubai, right? You're flexing on Instagram, the glam life. You're driving Porsches, Ferraris, private parties on a boat, eating the best meals, doing everything, the luxury life at the peak, at the pinnacle, right? And then an accident happens, whether it's a chest injury, his friend also, that guy that tore his chest, also Larry's friend, and with Black Tom Cruise, they get an injury and they have to pay for their hospital bills. And then there are GoFundMes being set up. And I'm like, if you have fuck you money, if you flex on social media, and if you're that guy that's bowling, that's, is the hot shot, own up to your mistakes, regardless whether it's in the gym or driving or whatever, just pay for your shit and deal with it like anybody else. It's not fair, especially if you're living that lifestyle where you're the shit. I don't get that. I understand having fan bases, people that look out for you, but why would you seek out to the public to help you, for whatever amount of money, if you're having that, or at least you're showing that you have it? If you're faking it till you're making it, when shit goes down, you have to own up and deal with it yourself. That's really triggering to me when I see it. And it's very often for various of bullshit, where in real life you have people that are legitimately poor and they cannot afford, surgeries, that cannot afford, MRIs, antibiotics. I don't understand that.
So what if Tony Huge gets injured and puts up a GoFundMe? Trying to raise $20,000 to fix an injury or something.
If you're legitimately bankrupt and say that, then yeah, I would be fine with it, and I would help you. I would donate. If your posts are you're driving a Ferrari with 30 girls on boats and all this and that, then I would say fuck you.
Maybe I could. I'm thinking, how does the audience perceive me anymore?
Well,
because you used to live that lifestyle, but now I'm in Thailand living the cheap lifestyle.
How would you deal with that back in your baller years, Tony? If something like that happened, like one of your best friends, while you're balling out, your mansion in Cali, you had the Ferrari, everyone knows you're the man in Cali. One of your friends, something happens to him like that. Do you start a GoFundMe for them, or do you just deal with it? One of your actual close friends, how would you perceive that back in that version of Tony?
I mean, I'll say that if I didn't help people as much as I did, I would be a lot richer, so I sacrificed a lot of my own money for other people back then, and I didn't ask money from anybody else. So as far as the money karma, I'm I've got a millionaire in karma traded for what money I've spent on other people, basically. So I don't think I'll ever get it back. That's karma that I just have to feel good that I help other people type thing. But at a certain point, I just for me, from my perspective, as far as helping people, especially in the United States, I get pretty burned out on it. Just seems like a lot of my friends are
they just have their hands out for you.
Every little thing and every disaster that happens, I'm the one who's responsible because I have the money. Imagine, so because I have so much money, I'm automatically morally obligated to help everybody. But meanwhile, I'm the one who's working my ass off. And I mean, I sound bitter about it when I say it, but I am kind of bitter about it. Because when I needed help, I'm not saying I ever asked you guys for help or anything. I'm just saying, just in general, when I needed help and there's people, sorry, the camera will come back on, who could have helped me. I'll say that there wasn't a lot of people to help me. I helped people when they needed it,
Yeah, well, that's common though. But I mean, you're a lawyer, so you should, just protect yourself via either giving loans, for example. If I need help, you would legally loan me money, and I'd be obligated to pay you back. That way I cannot backstab you. And that's not wrong. There's nothing to be ashamed of, to have those terms. So I always do that. If somebody, even people that are close, I help them immediately, but I always, protect that investment, because you never know.
I'm having some bitter memories, but if you took a tally of the 100 times I've loaned people money over $500, let's say I've loaned there's 200 times I've loaned someone more than $200. And of those times, I've probably only been paid back 10% of the times. 90% of the time. And the more money it is, the less likely I'm going to get paid back. And every single time, the person I loaned money to somehow justifies it in their head that I'm the bad guy, and they've got a justification on why they shouldn't pay me back that is so bizarre and doesn't make any sense. And I could easily go to court and get a judgment and collect the money. But now I'm I was doing someone a favor, and now I'm going to sue them to pay me back and turn it into something even more negative. I'll say that in many times there was friends that they would have still been my friend if I didn't loan them money, but instead I loaned them money. They justified why they shouldn't pay me back. they're the one who created the reason why we're no longer friends. And I lost a friendship over trying to help them. But this wasn't unique to me. I was a lawyer and I represented thousands of clients and in bankruptcy cases. So in bankruptcy cases, you have to declare all your assets. And like, we have to see, if someone's owed money, we have to see what it would be like to try to collect it. And also I've been in the position of representing the person who's the debt collector. And in both of these situations, I can say it's about 90% of the time, money doesn't get paid back. And the person who borrowed the money justifies why, you know what, you guys may have even done it on a small scale yourself. I think it's like a psychological thing built into humans that we just don't accept and don't realize.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well,
embezzlement is the same thing. If you give an employee control over the money, they will 90% of the time, if there's an opportunity to get away with it and they have enough time to justify it, 90% of the time they'll steal the money.
Yeah, I know. That's true. But still, it's more hurtful and more shame on you in this situation, because you're the guy that is supposed to know how to protect himself from situations like this, right? Through legally, wording agreements, filling out the documents. You always have to be, because friendship, when you see somebody in need, you want to help instantly. And I've been there. And every time I reacted like you just said, I've been fucked every time. Now I'm approaching things as basically as business with everybody, just because I don't want to get hurt like that ever again.
Yeah.
And I think that's rational, because you owe it to yourself and to others not to screw up. If you get screwed over and over again, then it's your fault. Like, that's how I see it. If somebody screws me over, regardless for what, and bad things happen to me, and I'm like, this always bad things happen to me, then that means that I'm doing something wrong, and a lot of people do.
So the reason why I make so many mistakes like this and how it's so ridiculous, like how could a successful lawyer make that mistake hundreds of times, in addition to a lot of other mistakes that I constantly make that looks like absolute insanity. Like, how could Tony Huge, if you really know me, keep making so many of these similar mistakes in different areas also? I just mean like the repetition of making the same mistake. It's because I do so many things at the same time that I can't keep track, that it's hard to remember the lessons. I make decisions so fast. It's like I don't take enough time to think, wait, what have I made a decision like this before? And what mistake did I make? That's the mistake. Stretching my decision-making too thin. Basically.
To chirp you again, Tony, I feel like that's why you went downhill over time. Like, when I first was connected with you, you seemed like more focused on like one individual task. And then over the years, I've noticed your personality is like, you're doing so many moves that you're not even like present in the space. Your brain is processing like 10 different things while trying to participate in the present. Like, have you realized that over the years that you like shifted that way? Or were you just better at hiding it back then?
It's like every day I realize it. By the end of the day, it's like I realize it. And then I wake up in the morning and I have this feeling of invincibility, like I can take on anything. And I just overload myself every day. And at the end of the day, I'm like exhausted. Like, what am I doing? I didn't even finish like one big project. I worked on like 30 different projects and I can't even keep them all straight in my head, and I'm exhausted. Yeah.
I started back when AI was at its pinnacle. So when you were conducting experiments, because the whole deal of pioneering human evolution is to do your own independent research, right? Gather data and then make conclusions, right? So we all did that. But the problem was that you skipped out on the fundamentals of creating an experiment. So you need to have a controlled environment that's always sustainable and unchanged. Well, if you're traveling back and forth, changing your diet model, your everything, like those variables are not constant, they're not consistent. So immediately everything goes down the window. Another problem was the duration of the experimentation. You need to have a sustained, data over a prolonged period of time. And we're talking about no study is conducted in like 3 days or a week. It's usually months to years, right? So if you're changing anything in that time frame, everything you've done and tried to prove, and just isn't conclusive. That's the problem. You'd have to be consistent with things. Otherwise, you're just defeating the purpose.
So most of the experiments I would do on myself would be the faster ones because I didn't have the patience for the longer ones. So anything I could do very short and fast, that's me. And also short and fast experiments are usually more risky. Like for me, for example, I would take, people would say S23 is highly liver toxic and you're going to have a liver failure and all this stuff. I'm like, okay, well, I don't really want to take it for years at a low dosage and find out whether that's true or not, and then not be able to do a whole bunch of other experiments. I would like to find that out very quickly. How about I inject 100 milligrams per day for a week and then test my liver before and after? Because if people are saying 10 milligrams is liver toxic, well, 100 milligrams per day for a week should show something on the AST and ALT levels, right? So then I would test liver levels after that, and like they don't change that much. I'm like, well, it can't be that liver toxic because if I took ibuprofen at a high dosage for a week, my liver would be wrecked. Right?
Exactly. Sure. But on the other hand of the spectrum, it's still in a context of bodybuilding, right? Performance enhancing. And that takes time in order to note a significant amount of performance enhancement or muscle growth. That process is not quick. It requires time regardless what you're taking. So that process is inevitably tied in with time. So you have to be consistent in order to make a conclusion and to be valid. So those things, again, time is the most important factor. And
for those, then my friends are the ones doing the experiment. So my friends come to me and they're like, okay, I want to get huge. What should I take? And I'm like, can you try this experiment for me? Because I know we already know what this, and this are going to do. If you're willing to take a little bit of a gamble, could be better, could be worse, but I'll give it to you for free and I'll be guiding you along the way for free. So that's your benefit. And then a lot of people would take me up. They just want the free supplement. They're like, okay, I'll do the experiment, if it doesn't cost me anything. And then so that I'd be able to gather more data from the circle around me. I remember in Sacramento, I had quite a big bodybuilding circle around me. I mean, a decent amount of them would be on camera and talking, but far more of them, because they were worried about the politics of bodybuilding, wouldn't be on camera. So they're just like behind the scenes test subjects.
How trustworthy were they, though? Because, if somebody is just after free stuff, how do you know that they're going to be truthful in regards to what else they're doing? There are studies where they basically saw that a lot of test subjects, even for altered diet models, basically lied, when conducting the research. So unless it's somebody extremely close to you, or as you did with Russo and Trevor and all of when you gathered in one house, right? Like that's a controlled environment. That's when you absolutely know, because all of these N1 research subjects, are not telling the full story. So when you go on camera and say, okay, our conclusion is this compound does this and this and this, and there's a fallacy in that experiment that can harm somebody, that takes things for granted. And usually people do take things for granted. That's the problem.
Yeah. Chirping me hard. Yeah. These are all the right scientific questions though, for sure. So the way I deal with that is if it's someone on the internet or someone, I'm talking to them on a WhatsApp video or something. Yeah. I can't honestly, vouch for the fact that the information is 100% accurate because I can't really in person monitor them. But when I am around these bodybuilders and I get to know their personalities, And let's say you've got a bodybuilder who is like very disciplined. You see him like it's 12 p.m. his chicken and rice. It's 3 p.m. It's his salmon and quinoa, you know, this type of thing. And they're like they want to stick to the milligrams, and they call me up and they're like, wait, was I supposed to take the pills at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m.? You know, like there's a lot of bodybuilders that are very disciplined like that. And they are great test subjects.
I think drawing the chirp in the middle is like Alex taking the stance of like some of that wasn't controlled, but on Tony's angle, there's no concrete data on anything in bodybuilding, and to actually orchestrate extreme control at a speed, right, without a lot of money to do an actual legitimate experiment is difficult. So you draw that line in the middle. I just think Alek is more, I feel like Alek is more, you know, angry about some of the certain claims you made off of a more limited data way you pulled it.
No, I wouldn't say angry.
It's just like the reason why the chirp is happening.
Right.
Anger,
sure.
Yeah.
Angry. When the results come though, like sometimes results are like sometimes someone gains, let's say, a lot of muscle and you're like, wow, this worked. And then sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. So, you know, you don't want to say something's really amazing. You want to say, well, it, you know, like maybe Ostarine and Anavar. Like I guarantee if you give some people Ostarine and Anavar, they will not be able to tell the difference. Right?
You know what?
I agree.
Another problem with the extremely dedicated bodybuilder that you mentioned, if you give him, let's say, ACP 262 or ACP 105, whatever SARM, right? If you give them, they wouldn't try it standalone because they're already stacking it with other things. And their own anecdote, again, it goes out of the window. That's the problem. If you get,
well, you don't, it's how it's okay. So like when I did the AC 262, just since you brought up that one, and that's that was actually a good experiment I did here. I talked to each bodybuilder and I'm like, what's your current cycle? And they're telling me what their current cycle is. I'm like, would you be willing to change your cycle a little bit? Like drop this compound and just substitute this one instead.
Can you tell me like what cycle did somebody tell you? Just if you can remember.
Like he'd be taking I'd have to make up an example, but it would be like he's taking 300 milligrams of testosterone and 200 milligrams of Primo type thing.
And they were jacked out of their mind, right? I've seen people who you take pictures with, like they're jacked as fuck.
I don't know if those were the ones that I actually did the experiment with, but I'll say that these like webcam model guys type thing, right? They're on the leaner side. Maybe they look bigger because they're shredded. You know, with a camera, when you're shredded, you look bigger. So yeah, pretty jacked. Like I was on that experiment. I took actual like good looking bodybuilders, but they're not mass monsters, not huge, but jacked. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And then how are the results?
Good. As if, I mean, everybody says like tren is the god of steroids. I think in this one, if I had, 2 groups of bodybuilders and one was on tren, one added in tren versus the other group added in AC 262, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So I'd say equal to tren. Yeah.
Regardless of dose.
But I also have to add that I don't think tren is the ultimate.
I don't think
hormones. What?
Regardless of dose. So how would you translate, let's say 300 mg of tren ACE group 1 versus how much AC 262?
300 milligrams of tren versus 30 milligrams of AC 262 per day.
So 10 to 100, that's the ratio you're saying. 10 milligrams is equal to 100 of tren.
Well, if there's there's 300 milligrams per week of tren.
Yeah, this is
30 times 7.
Right. Okay. I get it. Okay. You know what I found?
But what is that? That's pretty, it's pretty close. So milligram per milligram, fairly close. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why
I'd say AC262, maybe in that example, if they came out with an equal result, AC262 milligram per milligram would be 30% stronger, right?
Right.
That would be
Here's my thoughts on it. And this goes for all SARMs that are, on the market right now. So even in studies, every SARM outperforms testosterone propionate, for example. They take it as a reference. Let's say it's S4 or Osterine compared to test prop, it lowers prostate size and it does not increase seminal shit, my pronunciation sucks today. The prostate size, it doesn't increase it to the degree of testosterone or even DHT. So, but as far as anabolism goes, they are better. They have a bigger, more pronounced effect, and that's true at those dosages. But the problem with SARMs is, as you go upwards in dose, they lose their selectivity for one. We get more side effects. We've seen it with injectable SARMs, with megadosing SARMs, the impact on cholesterol, and a lot of factors. But the results are not linear as you would see with steroids. So like with tren or with deca, if you were to, even with them, it's not linear forever, but if you keep on increasing the dosage, like usually you grow more, like you get more anabolism. With SARMs, that's not the case. Like whether you take 100 mg of S23 versus 150, you wouldn't be noticing more gains.
I would say against that for injectable LGD 4033. Like when I would do like 20 milligrams oral versus injecting 50 milligrams a day, it was linearly like I got bigger if I could keep up eating with it.
But how high did you test it though? Again, that would reach a peak where after that it would not work to the extent of something steroids.
I just kept it injecting at 50 milligrams a day. I didn't go above.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically each SARM may have different properties with it because Osterine, for example, I mean, we tried megadosing Osterine and I don't think it really did that much more than the lower dosage. So it definitely had a plateau. But LGD 4033, like the higher we go in the dosage, the more it works.
The more. It's interesting though. It differs to whether we're talking about binding affinity and efficacy. So like some SARMs have a greater binding affinity than steroids, than tests, for example. So they outperform testosterone as far as attaching to the receptor, but as far as efficacy and signaling and activating the receptor, they're not as strong, so to speak. So like a 500 mg of testosterone would give you way more muscle growth than utilizing, whatever dose of Osterine, for example, even though Osterine would outcompete testosterone at the receptor side, So that's interesting. The whole key would be to find something that has a high signaling, a very strong efficacy as far as signaling goes and activating the ER without actually, binding to receptor sites that are, unwanted, such as prostate, hair follicles, skin, kidneys, because androgens also, they impact all organs. So over time, the prostate will suffer, the kidneys would suffer, the heart would suffer, if they're not selective. So it's a matter of finding one that does not, attach to those receptor sites and is very efficacious as far as androgenic signaling goes for muscle growth. And I've yet to see, we've been stuck in the SARM department. AC262 is not really that new. It's, I think, since 2018 or 7.
A couple years ago.
It's not like we have them each year breaking through, which I don't understand why. They're research chemicals. Like, does nobody give a shit about them, or like what's going on? Do you have any inside information?
You mean on the pharmaceutical side or on the underground bodybuilding side? Pharmaceutical?
Both.
On the pharmaceutical side, they're moving forward. Like Osterine is getting pretty close to FDA approval.
And LGD is moving through.
Yeah, so they're getting through. They're just going it's going slow, but it's happening.
I think like the point of the chirp that is trying to be drawn here is that, like, in my opinion, when I watched the podcast that Coach Trevor and Mark Bell did, which they deleted, they removed it. I couldn't find it when I did like the video where I agreed, but Trevor
but they had lots of clips. Did they delete all the clips or just the
clip that I was referencing in my video agreeing with Trevor is gone. It's available on the iTunes one, but like I couldn't, like I was after I'm like I couldn't find it anywhere, and then my followers found it on iTunes, but that was removed. Anyways,
wait, really quick, you have to wonder what else was talked about in that, because if they interviewed him for like an hour and a half, but they only ever released like 15 minutes or 20 minutes of actual footage,
they're too terrified to release it.
Yeah.
But the one clip they released, I agree completely with Trevor on, like, basically SARMs are the miracle in the sense that, like, if you do them at the efficacious dosage, you shouldn't like feel them working. But at the efficacious dosage, they're not binding with the prostate. They're not causing much side effects. And theoretically, you could lower your HRT dosage for longevity. I think what Alek is coming to you with the chirp is when we go super extreme dosage with most of the SARMs, the side effects outweigh the benefits, excluding stuff like YK11, LGD. But most of them, you see, like when you go super high with Ostrine, I don't really see much more results going above 20 milligrams a day. Like when I did 50 milligrams a day, I just got more side effects. The way Coach Trevor presented it was, you should just do like maybe 1 to 5 milligrams a day of Ostrine, lower your HRT dosage, and that theoretically would be an overall better, you know, like you don't want to be a bodybuilder. You just want to live the enhanced life and have like a longevity HRT approach. That's how SARMs are the quote unquote miracle. And the way Trevor said it on that podcast, it was just like, right, that's exactly what SARMs are. How do you argue with them? And how are they talk so much shit on? Which Alek is pointing out to you, like when you go mega dose with most of the SARMs, you see a point of no return. Whereas something like a steroid, sure, it's more health damage, obviously, but when you go higher dosage, you notice more.
So Gorilla Chemist was probably, of all the influencers in our space, although I haven't heard from him in a while, he's maybe the one who did the most academic work on the area of SARMs. He did his thesis on SARMs, like his area of study for his chemist degree was SARMs, all from on the clinical side, not really on the underground experimentation side. So you have me totally away from the clinical side. I'm on the underground experimentation. You have him on the academic side, and his summary was what Alex is saying exactly, which is that SARMs at a low dosage are a miracle, right? Because the benefits are so high and the side effects are so low, but that as you go up, the side effects go up and the benefits don't go up as much. And so like, if you're going to use SARMs, use them at a low dosage because that's where they're a miracle. If you're going to go with high dosage, then go with steroids instead. So that I'm not saying that's my opinion exactly, but I'm saying Gorilla Chemist agrees with what Alex just said too.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's logical.
I will say with injectable LGD 4033, there's a big difference between 20 milligrams a day and injecting 50 milligrams a day. I'll say from personal experience on that, but obviously it ruined my fucking cholesterol, obviously.
Okay. I gotta take the cholesterol thing though, because now my opinion is, who cares about how these steroids affect cholesterol? I took rosuvastatin. I have to give Leo credit for experimenting with rosuvastatin. I mean, rosuvastatin is a miracle in some ways, and it also has a lot of side effects in other ways. And I'm not an expert on statins, but my audience seems to be like divided. Like it used to be, my audience was heavily anti-statins. Leo was an advocate of them. And now my audience is like 50-50. Statins are good versus statins are terrible. I say why not take a little bit every once in a while makes a significant difference. A little bit of rosuvastatin drops cholesterol way down, and then don't take it. Like take it to get the cholesterol down and then stop taking it. Take it to cholesterol down and then stop taking it. I mean, it seems like that's where you kind of get same idea with SARMs, right? You take a little bit, it's like, great, you get a lot of benefits with no side effects. Same thing with rosuvastatin. Take a little bit of it, get a lot of benefit for very little side effects. So if my cholesterol's like the best ever now, because I just take a rosuvastatin, even just like one of the smallest pills one time per week.
How's the ratio?
Ratio?
Mm-hmm.
My HDL always sucks genetically. I've even before I ever started steroids, it was always low. So it's still low, and that's still a problem. But my LDL comes like down to low normal very fast with a statin.
So the range, is it above 3:1?
30. I mean, I just got new lab work back. It's literally in my email. It's like right here. I can pull it up in 1 second.
Yeah, just wondering whether it's above or below 3:1 ratio.
Oh, this is my insulin, lipase, CKMB, CPK, troponin T. And then the other one came right before that. Here it is. So cholesterol was, is it on here fast? No HIV. That's always good. That's always like a fingers crossed thing in Pattaya, Thailand.
Yeah. Reminds me of the hangover movie.
Yeah, my every day of my life is like the Hangover movie. Not quite, but the other night was. Okay, so my HDL is 23. It's pretty low, but for me that's okay. I mean, I've been like when I'm on steroids and I'm going to take anything, it's 14.
Yeah, and LDL.
LDL is 106, and normal would be less than 150. So
you did improve that. You did improve that pretty drastically, because I remember I read your one blood work and it was like 270 LDL or something.
And my triglyceride 92. Yep. And I have low, like my overall cholesterol is 148. Normal's 150 to 200. So I actually have low cholesterol because of the low HDL. So.
Are you still utilizing the statin?
I haven't taken a statin for 2 weeks. So even though fact I took it 2 weeks ago, still kept it low. This is what I mean. Like my cholesterol is still low from taking it before.
So it doesn't like bounce back. Like it's pretty much like a sweeper thing that you can add in there and trickle in, right?
Yeah. So if we're worried about LGD bringing our cholesterol up, okay, take one pill of rosuvastatin, solved.
What's your androgen base now?
Taking at the time of this lab work, which is basically what it is now, because the lab work was just a few days ago. Let's say I had, did I do a shot right before this or did I do it the week before? I'm doing roughly, let's say 200 milligrams every 5 days.
Testosterone.
Yeah.
That's it. No other. Okay.
It's always changes, right? Because I'm not doing an experiment for my blood work. I'm not trying to see how my blood work's reacting to the steroids. I'm just kind of seeing how my body is reacting, visibly or feeling wise. So I did a little bit of tren, masterone, and primobolan.
When?
Small amounts of each before this. So
after
there wouldn't
heart problems.
Yeah, we can just address
after the heart problems. Yeah.
Address
After
the elephant in the room.
Yeah. After the heart problems, but you got to hear these dosages though. The dosage of tren per week, 50 milligrams, 50, and the dosage of masterone, 300 milligrams, and the dosage of primobolan, 200 milligrams. And I just did that for like a couple weeks just to see how my body physically would look. And
it changed a lot, probably.
Let's go into your heart thing. Let's start that elephant in the room. Like, I know that you've already done like multiple interviews discussing this. I guess I'll let Alek lead it off because you kind of filled me in on this multiple times.
But remember, I'll cover all of the things. I'll answer any follow-up questions about what already disclosed, but then I have like new test results and a new doctor's analysis that I haven't posted yet. So I'll pretend that I don't know that exists.
Do it in like a quick 5 minutes for the audience on your heart condition, what you think happened, the original like prognosis, and then obviously your new outtake, and then we'll go back and forth at the end.
Yeah. And sorry if I leave anything out, because just depending on the state I'm in or the mind, what I remember parts and not other parts, but I've always had a little bit of an arrhythmia, a little bit of an irregular heartbeat sometimes. Like if I get excited, my heart will go bop, 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 and then stop, right? I think a lot of people have that, and it's not, no doctor ever thought it's a concern. And I have a normal EKG because I'm not necessarily like excited when I have an EKG. So I'm not going to like, bop, 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 you know? So my heart was fine probably most of my life. But then I got, I can say COVID now. I think it's not going to get censored on this anymore for saying it for that. But it caused me, I think, some heart and lung damage. And my fault. It's hard to just touch on these things because then audience has so many assumptions about it. So I try to answer the biggest ones, like, it was my fault in how I treated myself. If I had my brain working properly, because I had terrible brain fog, I couldn't even properly even though I can treat myself for COVID really well, I couldn't even properly treat myself because the brain fog was so bad from the inflammation.
Did you get it?
What?
Did you get it once or twice?
Word.
I only had it once. Yeah, I only ever had it once. I can think of. Did I ever have it twice? I think it was just the one time. It would be like 5 months ago.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
I had it for like 2 weeks, and it was like a near-death experience. I mean, I was on the sofa and I couldn't barely breathe, and I thought, okay, I'm probably just going to die right here, and I am going to accept that, because if I call the hospital, then I'm definitely going to die, because they're going to lock me in a quarantine and not treat me properly, and nobody speaks English type thing. Right.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend doesn't speak English, and she also has brain fog, so she can't really help me. So we're just going to die together on the couch. It'll be romantic. But then I snapped. Then I finally okay, I was fighting, taking an antibiotic, and I also had this methylene blue. And so I megadosed the methylene blue, and I took the antibiotic, and I think there was something else. And then I got better really fast. And it was like, how stupid of me not to just take the antibiotic faster and the methylene blue faster. But that's just how bad my brain wasn't working. So yeah. So then afterwards, my lungs and heart were in bad condition. Like walking was just exhausting. And every day I had to walk. Like one day I'm like, I'm just going to walk 1 block. And I couldn't even walk a whole block without having to sit down and rest and catch my breath. So that's how bad it was. And I didn't think, with the heart, it didn't really present itself, like the lack of maybe circulation and the difficulty breathing was obvious, but the fact that I may have had a heart damage from it didn't come until later, because I didn't do cardio afterwards. I didn't do anything to rebuild my heart. That was, I think, a huge mistake. And then when my stress hit me, so it's like the stress plus the lack of cardio plus the damage from COVID, I think then, and see, a lot of people would say, no, it's all steroids. So that's why I'm talking about all this other stuff, because I think it had nothing to do with steroids. No, I think a little bit had to do with steroids. Maybe I'll explain why. Well, I'll just explain why right now. So it's the mitral valve is the most likely thing to go wrong in the heart. It's most common heart problem that happens as far as valve problems, and it leaks. And how bad it leaks can be a problem because you can die if it leaks too much. And the left ventricle, we have the left ventricle hypertrophy. This is the problem that bodybuilders with the big steroids are going to grow their left ventricle heart, and that actually impacts the way the valve works as well. Yeah. So the doctor actually doesn't say, oh, it's because of left ventricle hypertrophy. The doctor says you've got a valve problem, like your valve's broken, basically. You need to replace the valve in your heart. Mm-hmm. That's what the diagnosis was.
Was it through
that was through echocardiogram.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then on the echo, they can see the regurgitation. They have the blue and the red colors, and they can see how much blood is actually pumping out versus how much is coming back into the heart that should have gone out. And they calculate.
Sorry. I'll ask questions later.
Oh, okay. They calculate the ejection fraction. So I had done an echocardiogram after most of my steroid usage, but before this problem, and my ejection fraction was, I think, 76%.
That's right.
Good. Yeah. And that's good to hear. I like to get other people's opinion on that too, because, that's a matter of, it's not a black and white thing, right? It's good to get other people's opinion. So then it went down to 59, which the doctor said 59 is like, you could go your whole life with 59%. Sounds like a bad number, right? Because you want 100%.
No, 100 can kill you.
Okay. What do you think the best number is?
Between 56 up until like no more than 70. 100% ejection fraction will kill you for sure. Like, that's bad. You don't want to be at 100. You're actually golden. Like 70, that's even high. Even like my MRI showed 60, I think, or 63, and that's actually really good. So it's not, you're not aiming to be at 100. Like, that would cause arrhythmias and you die for sure.
I've never heard of anyone having 100. I didn't think it was possible. I'm just saying that like 100 is good and 0 is bad. Yeah. or not 100 is good. Okay. Out of 100%. Yeah. Let's say 80 is good. Probably.
Yeah. 70 is good.
Yeah. Okay. So at 59, the doctor's like, well, you've got a lot of regurgitation. Like, you can see a lot of blood's like coming back into the heart. But it's still 59% ejection fraction. So she's basically saying like your ejection fraction is still okay, but you're definitely going to need to get your valve repaired someday, because like this regurgitation is going to be a compounding problem if you have any other heart problems in the future. And so then I'm nervous, because then she's like, and you shouldn't be lifting heavy weight. I'm like, that's all, I'm a bodybuilder, right? You're telling me I can't lift now because of a heart condition. But the worst thing is, it's like the reason I even went in the first place is because I felt the pain in my chest. Like, I felt pain.
50 to 75.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So you're
good. So I felt pain here, and I just felt pain and pressure. And I was like, oh my God, did I have a heart attack? Because that feeling of like that pain that you hear about, because I've never had a heart attack before, but I hear like you feel pain in your arm and your pain in your chest. And then I get dizzy easy when I'm standing up, and in the end, I feel like, wow, just really weak cardio strength. Like, a lot of this would have been fixed if I just did cardio. In fact, maybe doing weights the way I do weights without doing cardio, maybe even worse in some way than not working out at all.
Right.
So I kind of disagree now. Now I disagree with when people say you don't need to do cardio for your heart, you just need to lift weights. I'm like, it's not the same thing. I can feel the difference.
But also doing long distance running, like that type of cardio, is also exhausting for the heart. You'd want to be like jogging, and like it's moderate cardio that's good for the heart.
The first doctor I got the echocardiogram from before, when my echo came back really good after all the steroids, but before the COVID, said that I asked him, I said, okay, so tell me honestly, like with the bodybuilders that come through here, like, are you seeing a lot of heart problems? Are you seeing a lot of left ventricular hypertrophy? And he's like, no, not really. He's like, I don't, he's like, I honestly don't think steroids impact the heart that much. I'm like, well, so when do you see these problems? Like, you do see these like left ventricle hypertrophy. He's like, we see it mostly in endurance athletes.
That's what I was. Yeah,
that's interesting because nobody talks about that. Everybody's blaming steroids, not blaming the cardio.
No, but that's what I was saying. If you were to do, long distance running, as I said prior, that's basically overexerting your heart over a long period of time because they're running for miles and miles and miles, and their heart rate, it's not. Can you see me? Yeah. So their heart rate is not as if bodybuilders, when they do low intensity cardio, like they go hard for a long period of time. And that
when I used to race in cross country, I feel like people don't understand when you actually race. Like when you got to run like multiple, like 5:30 and under miles consecutively, like you just like accept death when you race. Like when you're actually racing, like it just feels like you're having a heart attack the whole time you're striding that hard.
But still, again, when you take everything into considerations, steroids mitigate heart damage through a variety of factors. So first of all, they cause polycythemia. So they increase blood viscosity through increased red blood cell count and hemoglobin, right? Secondly, you have high blood pressure. So that in itself wrecks the heart and damages the arteries and everything. Then you have skewed cholesterol, HDL to LDH ratio. Then you have calcium deposit in the arteries, which can cause calcification, leading to clotting as well. So, and also direct effect on the androgen receptors in the heart, therefore increasing, hypertrophying the heart. And also steroids themselves are noradrenergic. They increase catecholamine production, they increase noradrenaline, adrenaline. So that also is very toxic on the heart through sympathetic nervous system activation. And also they increase the adrenergic receptor expression. So if you take stimulants, steroids, so all of those factors are a nuclear bomb. So when you look at the grand scheme of things, they're bad, like they're super bad, and they're bad dose dependently. So it's one thing to be on TRT, but when you're enhancing, like that's bad. And it's really ignorant to say that, this caused, more damage to me than steroids. Like steroids are always the worst contributing factor to any sports athlete's death. No genetic predisposition or nothing. Like we have to accept that we're fucking it up by using these things, especially without actually trying to mitigate all the problems, to watch out for intracellular calcium levels, watching out our blood pressure, our heart rate, our cholesterol, our adrenergic signaling, all of those things. So it's multifactorial, but definitely it's very bad for sure. And anything around that is just sugarcoating it and trying to avoid the inevitable truth.
Yeah. So what happened is I said, I don't think it's steroid related. And I want to give all the other reasons why I don't think it's steroid related. And then you just came out with, if you count the number of reasons, you came out with more number of reasons than I came up with of why you think it is steroid related, or at least a contributing factor for me, or if not for me, then other people at the very least. But I want to talk about those just a little bit more. Because I'm an advocate for chemical enhancement. It's like there is nobody else in the industry. Okay, Alex, you love chemical enhancement. Obviously, you are cautious about it, but you still choose to use all of these compounds. Even
he's bulked up at 275 pounds right now.
Yeah.
He's like massive as fuck.
So but this is kind of classic that you have some of the bigger and very educated people about how the human body works, taking this very cautious approach.
Right.
And I'm kind of on the other extreme saying the problem is not people using steroids. The problem is not enough people using steroids. Like, that's how I feel about it. But I feel like also there has to be someone on the other side of that spectrum, because like freaking everybody is going to the Dr. O'Connor side of like, don't use steroids, but I still use steroids, but don't use them because, you know.
Yeah, we touched on him in the last podcast too.
He cannot say don't use steroids where his entire personality and the money that he's making is through steroid advocation. Like, he says don't use steroids, but he does it himself, and he does it himself and opens himself to a market for people that are using steroids. So it's kind of hypocritical. Like, he's not saying stay away from steroids. He says don't use steroids, but if you do, come to me and I'll help you.
So it's kind of like he's got to go further towards this. It's like it wouldn't be as interesting if we were all right here in the middle saying the same thing. It's like he's got to kind of go this extreme and I got to kind of go that extreme. But that's important that we do that, because then you have two different perspectives. Then you can you can learn so much more in between, rather than everybody just saying the same thing. Like,
I agree.
Yeah. So
I think like with you, Tony, it's like steroids definitely played a role in that, in my opinion, based on everything that Alex said. But it's also that you use chemistry to be lazier. Like, you used to be like the super diligent, ultra natty, fuck enhanced people. You do everything to a T. Your diet was to a T. It's like once you jump the enhanced barrier, like that discipline went out the window with you, and you're not, you just use it as a cheat code to where you can skate by. Whereas Alex's more conservative approach, although you think it's ultra OCD, like, do you think that if you were doing 30 minutes of cardio every day, if you were dealing with the C word faster and had that all on deck, that same scenario would have played out if you were more like, I'm enhanced, I'm going to do everything in my biohacking, because you have all the knowledge to mitigate everything. I just feel like nowadays you're just a bit lazy with it.
It's the mitigation is the key, right? Because all of these things that Alex just said, each one of those can be mitigated. So the problem is that most people just don't put enough time into mitigating the side effects. But I also don't want people to be afraid of side effects that can be easily mitigated.
Yeah. True. But it's you to mitigate them. Because if you're proponing mitigation, you have to do it yourself. If you died of a heart attack and it's steroid induced,
how are they going to label you if you actually died, Tony?
Like, that's basically shitting on everything you've said. Like, you have a greater response now because you're the face of, we can do things differently. We can pioneer things. And the mistakes that you do have greater weight rather than somebody, random guy that you're screwing over. That's the problem. When you're the face of something and when you're playing the game, everything at stake and it's on you. That's the thing. That's what I was trying to explain. And also your previous lifestyle was being a lawyer and being extremely regimented and having everything under control, and then you move out of the US and now everything's wild in Thailand, parties, this and that, and now no matter what you do, you get some benefit out of it. Like, there's no consequence to being to allowing yourself to be more unscheduled and all over the place. You don't face repercussions up until now with your health. That's why you led yourself to this point. That's the problem, because everything was running smoothly and you just didn't give a fuck.
Right. If I would have been a little bit more diligent in preventing this, it would have been prevented. But I wasn't even trying, basically.
Not only this, even in business, in relationships, in interactions with people, as you get looser in one area, that translates into everything else, and
I admit that too. That chirp is right. That chirp is slowly shifts over months, years. And, people that are close to you or die hardcore fans, they will notice it,
because people that like you, they will see things. Otherwise, nobody gives a shit. People that watch you for entertainment, they just go for that. They don't care even if you die tomorrow. But legitimately speaking, as as a friend, that's my objective. Criticism.
Yeah. So there's two ways to approach it, right? If I could have, first, I 100% agree about the discipline, and that's a problem, and it leaks into losing the discipline about bodybuilding to the extent that I've lost the discipline and rely on.
I'm just saying, Tony, you're like this ridiculous mastermind, and like your brain is so ridiculous, yet like it's not like you're not at the wheel sometimes because of the stimulation you went through over the past couple of years. That's just the way I see it from an unbiased friend perspective.
All right. You want to be my accountability buddies?
I'm just saying, I mean, you're a man, you do what the fuck you want. I'm just a chirp.
Sounds like you don't want to be my accountability buddy then.
I mean, I'll hold you accountable, but
I think Alex said
I know Tony does what Tony wants to do. So
all right, you guys can have your tracksuits in common. I'll be left out. Alex and I'll be accountability buddies, and we'll leave you out. You can just, let's call it a chirp, Russo.
Well, hey, I was the obese plus size model for the past like year and a half. So, there's
my gosh, I couldn't believe that. Like when I see you get that fat, I'm just thinking, oh, don't you remember how much work it is to have to lose the fat again? Like just don't gain it in the first place.
It was like a train wreck of my personal life just spiraling away, and then that ate away at the rest of it.
Yeah.
No, wait. Talking how fat you got. When was this?
Like a couple months ago. I was like 265 fat.
Really? Yeah, I mean, I saw pictures, but it wasn't that bad.
I'd say it's the worst I've ever been, honestly.
Right.
Tony saw me in person. He can confirm.
I mean, you gotta remember, Russo came from being like a skinny kid, right?
Right. Yeah.
And then he gets muscular, and then you go from like skinny to muscular to fat. And it's like, how do you go? Like he has a fast metabolism. He knows the training. He knows the diet. It's like, well, how does that happen? I mean, I have a friend here who got up to like 500 pounds, just massively fat, like could barely walk. And then talking to him about like, how did you get so fat that you couldn't even walk? And it's just like, once it becomes an addiction and that you don't care and you almost just want to punish yourself to death. Like, so it's good you catch yourself before it gets to the point where it's like, obesity.
I'm back at 232.
Russo never got anywhere near that, but it's the point is like, it's amazing how you can go so much further than you can imagine because it's like an addiction of some kind.
Right. And that is the perfect candidate for, am I allowed to say the DNP?
Yeah. Or how about let's call it DP?
Let's call it the strange yellow pill or something.
Right. No, DP. Tony.
DP.
Yeah.
So but it's originally like in studies, it's been shown that like it's a great anti-obesity medicine. Like it helps them get to a point where they can proceed their weight loss. Otherwise, they cannot just move around. Like how would they exercise at 500 pounds or higher? Like it's impossible. So like
plus for obese people, if the weight doesn't come off fast, they lose motivation.
Yeah, they gotta see it.
So if they have the DP, they see the weight come off like 3 times faster than without it, even at a low dosage. Then they're like, okay, I can do this because look, if I keep going at this rate, then look how fast I'll be where I want to be. Versus like thinking, wow, I've got a diet like this for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then it's like people think like that's just insurmountable. I agree. All right, so this list of heart issues caused by gear, just to go through them really quickly, because there's 2 different ways I could approach it. I could avoid ever having a heart issue in the first place by doing everything right, or I could wait until there's a problem and then I could fix it if it's fixable. Hopefully, in my case, a mitral valve prolapse, the doctors say is not something you can fix. Like that's a permanent damage, but we'll get into that later because I have plans and stories about that. But blood thickness, okay, we donate blood. Do we agree that solves that, right?
Or
Okay.
maybe aspirin.
It helps, but it doesn't solve it because your body will hypercompensate and then it will kickstart erythropoiesis again. And you're just going to have to flush out more and more. And when you're donating blood, you're also, giving away your electrolyte, your osmolality. So you're losing electrolytes, minerals, things that you need. So, just donating blood is not necessarily as simple and as a good solution as people assume. I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice, but another thing would be making sure to be optimally hydrated all the time and to avoid stimulants and anything that could dehydrate you.
Okay, so let's go through each one of these real quick. This is amazing, Alex. This is like what we're doing right now is exactly the reason why I reconnected with you in the first place. So perfect. Okay, so donating blood is a temporary fix. Yes, so that just means we would have to do it every 6 months or every year or every 3 months, depending on how fast our body makes the blood thick again. And then also body size is a contributing factor to this, because usually as the body size goes up, the lack of oxygen during our sleep apnea causes our blood to get thicker even more than the steroids themselves. So like whether you get big using steroids or whether you get big naturally, just being big is going to cause thicker blood also.
Anytime you have hypoxia, which happens with sleep apnea, your body signals production of new red blood cells because you need something to a self how to say checks and balances. So your body,
it's just like the feedback loop.
Yeah, feedback loop. So it's secreting more EPO basically, and now you have more red blood cell count being formed, and that's why this happens in hypoxic stages. Same thing happens if you have low blood pressure. People with low blood pressure, their red blood cell count production shoots up. Usually, people that chronically take Viagra or any vasodilators or minoxidil, for example, whenever you're in a hypoxic state, that's when your body compensates and does so.
Okay, that reminds me, we're also going to talk about what you had to say off camera another time about minoxidil in the heart. So I wrote that down for later. Okay, also electrolyte was the next one. So yes, everything, Alex, you say, we agree. Right. Electrolytes, yes, donating blood, you lose especially iron too, because that's a little bit harder to replenish than electrolytes. But electrolytes, the simple solution would be just take in electrolytes after your blood donation. And if check iron levels, if iron levels are low, then take in more iron.
With iron, when you're taking steroids, we accelerate our iron uptake. So a lot of times I've seen, because when you take steroids and induce polycythemia, you're creating more red blood cell count, and that iron is being stored, at an exponential rate. And I've seen people, especially that are dieting, males, and even females, obviously, on steroids, they have, high red blood cell count, great hemoglobin, and they have low iron levels. And they have anemic symptoms. It's called iron deficiency without anemia. And this is very common with people that use steroids. That's why I recommend people to eat beef liver 2 times per week, at least, or supplement with iron.
Okay, excellent. And then hydration, you said, with blood thickness. So yeah, that's another straw that breaks the camel's back. That's why Trevor was always worried about me, because when we started traveling to all these hot countries and I used to drink tons of water, and then we're traveling to these countries where water is a little harder to come by and we're sweating so much, our body's not adapted to this, and we're constantly dehydrated. And when you have thicker blood and you're dehydrated, that's a huge problem. The solution is to not have the thick blood in the first place. And then if you do, exactly like you said, pay more attention to hydration. It's more important not to get dehydrated, but that's what's kind of scary, because it's so like dehydration could happen so fast. So better just not to have the thick blood.
And another problem to note about hydration is it's not just about drinking water, because water is solid free. you need to maintain osmolarity. So you need to have an adequate balance of electrolytes and water and free water in your system. So a lot of times I've seen
do
people,
hydration packs. They make little hydration packs. You dump electrolytes into your water, which is like equivalent of like drinking like way more water than the actual water's worth.
I've seen people that are cyclists, and also I've seen people on raves that are, on stimulants, and they pass out. And as they drink more water, their symptoms get worse. And that's caused by hyponatremia. What happens is they dilute their blood with drinking excessive amount of water. And as they're sweating both sodium, potassium, and also water. So by slamming just water, they're diluting their blood as, additionally. And they have like hyponatremia. And once your sodium levels drop drastically, then you're fucked. Then the sodium goes intracellularly and it basically bloats the cell, and it can cause a brain damage. Like that's called overhydration, and people have died like that. So that's why hydration is super important. And cyclists usually carry salt tabs with their water, like they have sodium tablets, or even sodium and potassium tablets. And when they drink their water, they intake electrolytes as well.
My dad was a marathon runner, and like they all do that. Otherwise, you just excrete all of it while you're doing such a long race.
But they don't do just water. And
they do what Alex said. Yeah.
Bodybuilders are bigger, like they would need more.
Right, exactly.
So, and I cringe when I see them with fucking 10-kilometer jogs, 5% walking around and then drinking water. I'm like, what the fuck is this, dude?
Well, if they put a hydration pack in it, they're good. They just like any of the like United States grocery stores have those little hydration packs. I don't know if they have them in Thailand, but those make a big difference. I notice like I'm actually holding the water when I dump one.
We don't have them here. We don't have.
Carolyn, bring me one of those hydration pack things so I can show the camera.
Dude, stop flexing. Shit.
Stop flexing?
Stop flexing with it, because we don't have that here.
Oh, flexing with the electrolytes. I'm like, could you tell that I'm flexing my hamstring right now? How can he tell I'm flexing my hamstring?
As long as you're not flexing something else, I don't care.
I'm always flexing something.
So anyone in the States, this is normally at any single thing. Store, I can't even talk.
Yeah, those are nice. They don't have
sodium, potassium, sea salt. But if you would put these in your water jugs, you would actually like stay hydrated longer.
Yeah, but also very important. In order for glycogen to be stored, you need potassium and water and carbs. So glucose cannot get stored unless you have adequate potassium levels.
And what happens if you don't store the glucose?
You're just gonna burn it. So glucagon, basically, glucagon causes gluconeogenesis and glucogenolysis based on just to raise your blood sugar. Because if you're like doing activity and there's nowhere, and as you're burning glucose, it has to come from somewhere. And if you're not replenishing it, it's just gonna start taking from your muscles or even breaking down your muscles in order to utilize for energy. So you'll be just depleted. So you need adequate potassium, you need water, and you need glucose. And a gram of carbs basically draws in 3 grams, 3 to 4 grams of water. But you still need carriers. That's why when people utilize diuretics, they screw themselves up, because without the electrolytes, you're not going to store glycogen. Glycogen is just a polysaccharidated form of glucose.
Blood pressure is next. So,
all right.
This is the next side effect of steroids on the heart. Why Alex thinks that steroids are bad for the heart versus I'm trying to say not as bad. So blood pressure can be mitigated though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I've now started taking telmisartan. I've got losartan here also as an alternative, and those seems to bring blood pressure down. Before I started using those, I would use Cialis, Viagra. I still take that every day. I'm able to maintain really good blood pressure now. I didn't always. Before, I didn't care about blood pressure, and I just thought, you know what, 140. 145, that's fine for me all year. That's what it used to be. And then now I decided, no, I always want 120. And so that's what I maintain it at now, which I think to me is perfect. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I think the telmisartan is good. Years ago, the first line of therapy were ACE inhibitors, angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. Now ARBs have been shown to have less side effects and more favorable clinical outcome. They're good for preserving proteinuria, basically. So when you have high blood pressure and you eat a lot of protein, the blood goes through, because of the high blood pressure, through the glomeruli of the kidney, which are the filters, and that damages the kidneys, leading to kidney injury. Telmisartan basically prevents that. So, and also improves renal blood flow. And that's great, The problem when you're utilizing PDE5 inhibitors such as Cialis or Viagra, it causes vasodilation, and whenever you do that, you activate the sympathetic nervous system through the baroreflex. So you have baroreceptors that have a crucial role in regulating your autonomic nervous system, and when they sense your blood pressure, your blood vessels being dilated, they reactively stimulate noradrenaline release. Mm-hmm. And now what happens is you can get reflex tachycardia. A lot of people, when they take Cialis or Viagra, they have pounding in their chest or in the head. They have, they feel it, like they feel bad. Some people don't feel this effect, some people do. But the problem with that is if you add alcohol on top of that, or anything that causes vasodilation, that it can exponentially enhance this effect. And a lot of people I've known, my uncle actually died from taking, I don't know whether it was Viagra or Cialis, after drinking. Like he went to a bar, drank all night, took it, and then his heart, just gave out. So I wouldn't use that as a form of, blood pressure controlment. Like I would stay with the ARB, like that's great. And if that's not sufficient, I would either utilize a low dose of beta blocker or an ACE inhibitor, because recently in studies and in practice, good nephrologists even combine low dose of ACE inhibitors with an ARB, and it shows additional cardioprotective and renal protective effects. So you don't need to utilize Cialis or Viagra.
Okay. And for my blood pressure also, I take nebivolol, 5 milligrams. I love nebivolol because I already have, like we talked about my stress issue before, and you said like you doubt that I'm in a stressful state all the time, right, in all stages of my life. But right, actually, I think I do have
I don't doubt that. We're just saying that, it doesn't overshadow what else is going on.
Yeah.
Good way of stating it also. Yeah. So I think, I am in a stressful, I think it's a personality thing. Some people are just stressed all the time and some people aren't. And there's benefits and drawbacks to both. Like being a stressed person means also being very high productive, but then also having a lot of side effects of that. Having adrenaline all the time This is
Tony wishing he was stupider, low key.
Yeah.
I went through some phases where I would intentionally not take any nootropics and intentionally try to limit the stimulation to have my brain atrophy.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
But I think there's better ways to do it, like meditation and that type of stuff isn't.
The people were you taking or are you taking?
What am I taking?
What dose of nebivolol?
5 milligrams. Yeah.
5 milligrams. Also, nebivolol, apart from being a beta-1 cardio selective beta blocker, it's 1,000 times more cardio-selective than probably every other except from atenolol. It has an additional effect on vasodilation and production, and it increases blood flow like that. But the problem is if you pair NO with vasodilators like Cialis or Viagra, it can have a very bad contraindication. Like you can have headaches, orthostatic hypotension, you can be dizzy, you can have an arrhythmia. Like that's bad for the heart. Like do not mix things that are NO in nature like that. So if you're taking, like if you were to take another beta blocker, I wouldn't say this, but Nebivolol in particular, I would not mix it with Viagra. Actually, a doctor that I went to a few days ago, he told me that he did this and he couldn't stand up. Like his girlfriend was like, "What are you doing?" And he sat on the bench and just could not, get up from, orthostatic hypotension.
So there's a big debate over nitric oxide and good or bad. And I grew up always thinking the more NO, the better. And then Leo's telling me that NO actually causes some serious problems. You don't want too much NO. But that's not something the mainstream supplement industry ever talks about. They only say like get more NO, more NO, more NO.
What's some of the side effects, Alec? This could be a clip topic.
Like cancer, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It causes cancer. And also, as I said, if you have drastic drops in your blood pressure, especially orthostatically, whenever you change your position, that can cause a reflex tachycardia. And from that noradrenaline response, it can cause an arrhythmia and like bad shit can happen. Like I'm telling you, like how many people, that have went to a sauna, that have taken a Viagra sauna and then had sex and just died during sex, or in a heated environment. Like it says on the fucking bottle, it says on the vial, heart problems can happen from vasodilators. So you wouldn't want to, mediate that anal pathway to like an extreme amount. Same thing with minoxidil. Like the side effects that I had were hugely through the anal production, through their nitrates, both minoxidil and hydrolazine. So, they're bad.
You think people are getting minoxidil in their bloodstream through putting it on their scalp?
No, I know. The studies basically just conclude that 3 to 5% of topically applied minoxidil gets systemically absorbed. Now, if you take the average dose, which is 100 mg per day, split twice AM, PM, at 100 mg, 3 to 5% is 3 to 5 milligrams, which is a high dose, like a dose where if you look up Loniten, which is the oral version of minoxidil, when they prescribe it at doses between 2.5 and 5, they always prescribe it with a beta blocker, with an alpha 2 agonist, so like Clonidine, to block alpha 2 receptors postsynaptically, and always with a diuretic because it causes edema always. It upregulates aldosterone and renin. So, and there's no way. And the problem with it is it causes the systemic edema. And like for me, for example, I had and still have water around my heart. It's pericardial effusion. And that's part of the reason why I'm talking like this. Like I'm extremely dehydrated from diuretics, trying to, flush out the water, and also anti-inflammatory medications. So that's why even when we're talking, sometimes, I'm not really coherent, and somebody like I don't have spit in my mouth from the diuretics. So another reason why, I kind of hesitated about doing the podcast was because I was feeling very unwell myself, including with my girl.
So this is definitely how Tony Huge dies, is what you're trying to say. It's not from steroids. We got to admit now, at least it's not from steroids. It's going to be from combining Viagra and
it's definitely
going to too many orgies.
Yeah. Why?
Well, you test your blood pressure before you fuck, right? I know you're about that, right, Tony?
I should take breaks every 10 minutes and check my blood pressure just to make sure while I'm in the action, it doesn't go too high.
I just know that when you're enhanced, when you're like androgen enhanced, when you have more male sex hormones than half of Thailand, why would you need PDE5 inhibitors?
I don't get a sexual benefit from the gear. I mean, maybe this is a problem. This is another topic, but like, when I first took testosterone, I remember the first, maybe it was up to 3 weeks of testosterone was out of control, just raging boners all the time and so horny all the time. And sex was so amazing. And then like ever since then, it was just always like back to normal. Like when I'm on gear, it just feels like back when I was not on gear. Like I never really got that. I guess when it gets amazing is when you come off and then you go back on again. Yeah, okay, you resensitize too, but it was never as amazing as the first time I did it. So I don't, even when I took the tren, I was experimenting with different dosages because I was hoping I would find a dosage where I had no side effects, but I did get that beneficial sexual aggression and that hardness, even if it made it harder to finish. I just wanted that. And I just don't get that effect from tren anymore either.
What about dopamine elevation?
Well, I mean, dopamine is something that day to day can fluctuate a lot. So I don't.
Chemically inducing an elevation.
Well, yeah, sure. If dopamine is high, then I'm sexually a lot more excited and perform a lot better.
So why wouldn't you go that route? Like, for example, I saw you were taking Caber, which is a bad choice because it can cause harming on the heart. But on the other side, pramipexole, mirapexine, I'm sure you've heard of it. There are studies that not only doesn't affect the heart, the interesting part about it is whenever we're under stress, right? What happens when you're under stress? Your hypothalamus starts signaling production of vasopressin and CRH, corticotropin releasing hormone. Then the pituitary starts producing ACTH, adrenocorticotropic hormone, and then your adrenal glands start producing cortisol, right? And what happens is when in that state, your sympathetic nervous system gets, aroused. And there's a gland in your brain that's called amygdala, and it's an almond-sized gland, part of the lymphatic system. And there you have the regulations of fear and anxiety. That's where those emotions are formed, basically. So when you take PRAMI, you block the effect of that gland, and you think with your prefrontal cortex more. And in those situations, you're more likely to, not get anxiety and aggression in a sympathetic state. And that helps a lot with even sexual performance, with mood, with overall functionality. It's really interesting that nobody, utilizes this. And also it gives you
Is that why it gives you really fucked up dreams, PRAMI?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you take PRAMI, Russo?
I have it. I did. I switched from Caber to PRAMI. So yeah, I do.
So I have PRAMI, and I first took it recently. I don't know that I noticed much from it. I kind of took it for a couple of days and I want to just take a break and then kind of take it.
Like for me, Alek, I don't notice like the extreme sexual benefit from PRAMI. That's something like Caber presents if you're willing to deal with the damage of Caber.
What dose?
I don't know. I just did what's on the bottle. I don't remember the specific dose. How much am I supposed to take of PRAMI?
I'm talking 2 milligrams.
2 milligrams. Okay. Yeah. I was doing like a half. So 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how often are we going to take it and how long are we going to take it for? Tell us. Russo and I are going to do this. All right, Russo, we're going to do it together.
Yeah, I'll do it tonight.
We're going to do it together, Russo.
Right.
This is us locking pinkies. This isn't our wieners, by the way. This is our wiener. This is our pinky swear.
Yeah. Do it daily for 3 weeks and then assess how you feel. But you'll notice it right away.
Okay. Yeah, I was only doing a half. I think mine's 1 milligram a mil. So yeah.
You just want to move your way up because with dopamine agonists, same thing with Wellbutrin, for example, and other dopaminergic drugs, they tend to cause problems with vasoconstriction in the stomach, and they can cause nausea. So you don't want to jump to 2 milligrams from the get-go. You want to taper up. But once you're 2 days, then it's a whole different story. And also you're way more energetic. You're way more motivated. Like it's a different feeling for sure.
Good to know. I did not know it needed to be dosed that high.
I got it at the other condo, so I can take it tomorrow morning.
Literally suppresses that gland that
yeah.
You know, because
so we're saying that the reason is because I shouldn't have to rely so heavily on Viagra, which is a little bit risky, especially since I keep going up and up and up in dosage and then stacking it with Cialis.
You will end up
also taking Nebivolol and probably a lot of other things that could be contraindicated.
That's a recipe. I think Alek is tricking you have so much sex, Tony, that it's not like you're a sex addict, so you don't get that dopamine hit that like you're using the PRAMI to get that dopamine hit again, I think is Alek's angle on biohacking, right?
That's a big problem though. When you're high in dopamine, whatever activity you're focusing on, that's gonna drive your dopaminergic signaling even further, and that's why people get addicted. That's why people that get on dopamine agonists, they tend to gamble, have sex, orgies, this and that. Like it's even on the label, because whatever you do, you will get more dopamine out of it, and it's very easy to go whack. And if you go super high, that's when schizophrenia happens. Chronically elevated dopamine levels in the brain, which you do not want. And
this happens with the sex stuff because I need to talk to more people about this besides just the people here, because the people here are all different, are all sex addicts basically. So I'm surrounded by sex addicts right now. So I have to remember like what's normal, because this maybe none one around me I can talk to in person is normal around here. Otherwise they wouldn't be in Kaya. They're either sex addict and they came here for that reason, or it turned them into a sex addict.
Right. So, and also along these lines, there was a question on Adderall. Maybe you want to get into that?
Well, okay. So remember then we go talk about Adderall just really quick. Then we had all these other categories. I mean, we could just wrap it up with about the categories and say, okay, we had the lipid side effect of steroids on the heart. Okay, we said we could take a rosuvastatin on that, drop that down. We can cycle steroids so that the lipid panel doesn't look so bad chronically and all year. We have the calcium deposits. Okay, vitamin D, vitamin K2, lower synthetic calcium intake.
K1 and K2. So when you increase K1, it increases osteocalcin, which binds calcium to the bones, not allowing to build up in the arteries. And K2 increases matrix GLA protein that directly clears the arteries of calcium. So K1 and K2 are super important for steroid users.
So the supplements now, it's like every supplement company is making a lot of K2, but I don't see a lot of K1 anymore. Like it was K1, now it's K2, but we should be taking both, you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
And K2. And androgen receptors in the heart. I had one comment about this. We had Dr. John Jaquish, who was one of the editors of one of the steroid in the United States medical journals. And he said that like a common misunderstood thing, and this is his perspective and this is overgeneralization, and he's also talking not about bodybuilders, he's talking about the general population, that the deficiency of androgens in heart tissue is a major cause of heart disease in America. That the heart requires a lot of androgens to function properly, and that a lot of Americans would benefit from TRT to get their androgens levels up to benefit the heart. So I also didn't want the audience to think that like steroids are always bad for the heart, like super duper large dosages maybe, but maybe even normal testosterone, maybe even a little elevated testosterone may have a little elevated benefit to the heart. Like there's at some point, sure, the benefit becomes a side effect, but a little bit of extra testosterone may actually be a little bit extra benefit to the heart.
Right. So here's my argument about that. That's absolutely right. But the study is flawed because we're looking at, overweight, obese, the pinnacle of obesity and the most unhealthy continent in the world is America, and this, that's not applicable to you, to me, or to the average fitness enthusiast. The problem with that is that all of those people are hypogonadical.
Yeah, their shit's crushed already.
They are androgen deficient, and of course, when you're androgen deficient or deficient in anything, having that back in physiological levels would be better for you. Like, that's not an argument. But that doesn't mean that if you go supraphysiological in those extents, in that context, that wouldn't be better. So, that's exactly how this data should be interpreted. So yeah, you're right. But going over that, then is where problems arise.
Okay.
So the way to present that would be like any hypergonadal male who's like under 300 tests absolutely should go on HRT to benefit their heart.
Right.
Okay.
Assume good endocrinologists, because if they have high DHT by production or high estrogen conversion, like, they can screw themselves up, because bad endocrinologists, I see even in private HRT clinics, they fuck patients up like significantly, and it's bad. Like, it's sad. And the worst, like, the funny thing is, I see, let's say, a fitness influencer that's repping some company that's like an HRT company, just like yourself, and then they switch sources. They go for another brand and they say, this shit is even better. Wait, like, there's no better. Your standard should be exactly as it says. If you lied previously, why wouldn't you be lying right now? Like, you know what I'm saying? You cannot cheat on something you've been doing business with and say, yo, this is better. It has to be always the standard. It may be different, but it cannot be now this is better unless there's a new technology behind it and evolving the product. If I'm selling testosterone at $250 and then I'm, working for another company and saying, yo, this testosterone is even more potent than I was lying previously.
Right.
You know what? That's what they're doing. So when I hear
they're also like a lot of HRT clinics, and I won't sit here and advertise my clinic. I'm just telling you the people who transfer to my clinic. Like, it's just like, it's still the Wild West in the United States with most of those HRT, TRT clinics, right? Like, they're blending AIs with tests. So they're not doing like individual dosages of AIs because, the certain company and the people watching the commercials play on my videos at one certain company I'm not going to call them out, but when they do that blend, like, someone at a different body fat could need a different level of AI. It's just ridiculous. And I agree with Alek. It's like still the Wild West in that.
Exactly.
Next steroid side effect on the heart is adrenaline. So this is one I didn't know about. So, we can neutralize that with a beta blocker. That's nebivolol. That's exactly what nebivolol does, right?
Yeah.
So, but you already said what the problem was, but I just never. So do steroids increase heart rate?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes. Here's the thing. Let me explain to you. The nervous system and the endocrine system are just messaging systems. In the endocrine system context, the messages are being sent through hormonal production by the endocrine glands. In the nervous system, the messages are being sent through neurotransmission. So noradrenaline, dopamine, those are catecholaminic neurotransmitters, and also through electrical signaling. So what happens is, whenever you elevate, androgens in the body, that affects your whole body. So including your neurons, and they have response to that. So now you alter your levels of neurotransmitters in the brain. So you have more noradrenaline being produced. Your heart is being stimulated. Your sympathetic nervous system is being stimulated. That's why when people, even by just raising your blood pressure, let's say you take Dianabol right now and you raise your blood pressure, that will inevitably increase noradrenaline, because your body will be pumping more, harder, and you'll be stressed. So your sympathetic nervous system will be overactivated. So that's why I said steroids, androgens, are adrenergic themselves. Plus, they also increase the sensitivity of the receptors. So if you're on clenbuterol and on tren, you will feel the effect of clen significantly worse than if you weren't on tren. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of like Z's diet like that, Rich Piana, people die in the bodybuilding world from stimulants because they're more sensitive to them at that body weight and also being so androgenic. Right now, I stopped drinking coffee because like back in the day when I was like super shredded and small, like I could do ephedrine, I could do Adderall, I could do cocaine, I could do recreational drugs, and I felt nothing, Right now, if I take like 3 espressos, if I drink them, like I would feel it in my heart, like racing. I would get tired, I would be like spaced out and dehydrated. So right now, stimulants are not benefiting me. That's why I'm on beta blockers and ARBs to improve my blood flow, to improve my heart rate. Because if your heart is overly exerted, you're gonna be weaker. When C.T. Fletcher was a candidate for the heart transplant, I don't know if you've seen the videos, he was crying and he said he could not do 1 push-up as he was still jacked. So if your heart is screwed, it doesn't matter how big you are or how strong you were, you wouldn't be able to do anything. So heart function is everything. When your heart gives out, it's over for you.
Okay. So so all so the nebivolol is the only thing we can do for that, and then there's other possible issues like the brain and everywhere else.
I would also argue against nebivolol and more so for atenolol or even metoprolol. There are, in some situations, like some people do not need cardio selectivity to a big extent. Like for example, propranolol. It's a cardioselective. It's a non-cardioselective beta blocker that crosses the blood-brain barrier, and it lowers your nervous system, your sympathetic nervous system, and it calms you down. If you have anxiety, for example, and you're freaking out, if you were to take propranolol, like you would calm down instantly. It's better than benzos, and it wouldn't make you drowsy. So it will legitimately calm you down. So in situations like that, for example, post-workout, or you fight with your wife, or somebody really stresses you out, if you were to take propranolol, like you would feel like 10 times better instantly. And the half-life is very short. So it's not like you would be impaired to function. Like you'll just be like, it's okay. And you will be calm, because it's calming your nervous system. It's not cardioselective. It just calms your beta receptors everywhere. So it's a really good hack for that. My mom had COVID and she had problems with, panic attacks from, lack of oxygen in the heart. And I gave her propranolol and she was like, she could breathe now, So it doesn't have to be nebivolol. Or in people like yourself that take Viagra, Cialis, or drink alcohol, I don't know if you do, nebivolol, it's not a good idea. It's actually bad because of the NO. So in your situation, I would opt for atenolol or even metoprolol, which is Loxan here.
Okay, so we'll do, let me make a list of this because I think it would be good to go through them in another video, all the different beta blockers and what
we
would take each one for each purpose. I have a good propranolol story from the other day. Just a week ago, a friend of mine came over. He was so pissed off. He was shaking. Like his hands were shaking. And he's like, I can't calm down. I'm just so pissed off. And I'm like, let's try the propranolol because I never had the opportunity to try it on someone so pissed off like this. I'm like, quick, take 2 of these, 10 milligrams times 2, which is, I think, a moderate dosage. And he took it and it was probably like 7 minutes later. It was so fast. It's like, wow, as soon as it hit the stomach and just boom and in the bloodstream. And he was like, wow. He's like, I feel calm. My hands are calm. I feel calm.
Right.
Amazing. Miracle. For people with an anxiety attack, need to keep that in their wallet or their purse.
I'll try that on my next bipolar episode and see if it really works.
Here's one hack.
Yeah, because think about how many murders have been committed or terrible atrocities have been committed when people are raging, when they could just take 1 pill and be like, okay, chill, not ruin your whole life in one moment, bad decision.
Right. Interesting fact. For example, can you hear me?
Yeah,
He's still there. His camera's going.
it just keeps clicking out. I'm gonna plug it in.
I'd like to see him. I'd like to. So, for example, Yohimbine. So Yohimbine is a alpha 2 receptor blocker, but alpha 2 receptors are located presynaptically. And what happens is postsynaptically is where the effect happens, where the noradrenergic effect happens. So it blocks noradrenaline presynaptically, and the brain thinks you need more noradrenaline, and then you get more noradrenaline postsynaptically, and you get stimulated. It's a sympathomimetic agent. But the trick side to it, down to your dick, like in the peripheral area, it increases blood flow and causes vasodilation. So it's a stimulant, but also increases penile blood flow, and it's used to treat erectile dysfunction. And it's super cool because
it always gives me a weird erection when I use that.
Right. It's interesting, but it's a stimulant, you know.
Wait, a weird erection. Wait, Russo, just what's a weird erection?
It's like the quality, like it's like super hard, but like when you flex your dick, like I don't know. It's just like different from like using Cialis or using another method. I don't know.
Okay, because this is hilarious, because I would say the same thing. Yohimbine gives me a weird erection, but I don't even know how to define it either. I just know that when I take it, and sometimes I'm like, wow, I've got a kind of a weird erection. Why is that? And I'm like thinking, oh, it's because I took Yohimbine. Like if I didn't take it for that purpose, I took it for fat loss, but then I've got like weird sort of half erection for no reason.
Yeah, like a half erection is a good way to say it. But it's like a full erection
for attention, though. It's a half erection asking for attention.
Yeah,
it wants to be a full erection, but it wants a little bit of your participation.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. Any comment on this, Alek? Besides,
Alex, we're waiting for you. Is this how you define a weird erection?
When Stephanie comes up on you on Yohimbine, what happens?
I haven't taken it in a long while, so I can't relate. I don't know. I used to take stimulants that are fully vasoconstrictive, and when I did that, I had no libido, nothing. Like, for example, ephedrine or you know, party drugs. So I can't relate in that regard.
Do you think taking something like propranolol may help some people who have anxiety get an erection better?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Like if you're suffering from like, if you don't get pussy often and like you have to go in that first sexual encounter and like you're super nervous, you think that would be like the little cheat code?
Yeah. The only problem is with you know, with beta blocking. Like I would opt for alpha 2 blocker like Yohimbine, because if you take a beta blocker, you don't know which receptor sites it will act. So some cause erectile dysfunction, you know, that's the problem. So I wouldn't gamble on having sex.
I personally want use Yohimbine on a first date because it heightens my anxiety personally.
It highlights or
heightens. Like if I do pre-cardio, if I do cardio in the morning fasted on Yohimbine, like the fat loss is way better, but then I got like a weird anxiousness going on. So if I'm going on a first date, I don't want no weird anxiousness from it. So I personally wouldn't use it.
Right. Well, I mean, fair enough. But again, if we're dudes on steroids and we're discussing things like that, like it's kind of shame on us.
I'm just saying for like the general dude watching, because that's like a big thing.
Well, the general dude watching should be on drugs.
Tony, did that guy you gave, remember that guy stopped over the house at Florida who was going to plow that one chick and you like hooked him up with the Viagra and you're like, just don't be awkward about it. Like whatever happened to that?
What did I say? Don't be awkward about
like he's like super nervous and you're like, just don't be awkward. I feel like that's like
that sounds like the wrong thing to say because that sounds like it make him more nervous. Huh?
That's literally what you said though. So I was like, that slots in.
Don't be awkward. Yeah. That's good advice though. Like that's what you should keep in mind when you're trying to seduce a woman, like the awkward is what turns them off, so you want to do the opposite of what's awkward. It's good advice, but then it gives them performance anxiety.
Yeah, I literally laughed my ass off internally when you said that, because you could see his eyes.
Then he's thinking like, oh my God, am I acting awkward? What do I do that's awkward?
That was literally what I thought.
I should have given him some dopaminergic drugs and some anti-anxiety medication instead, probably with the Viagra. Right. So the last heart issue thing was I think you said the adrenergic. I mean, I guess that you were referring to adrenaline. Are you saying there's something in the adrenergic receptors beyond just the secondary effects from adrenaline?
So the receptors, we have adrenergic receptors for alpha 1, 2, beta 1, and 3 receptors. So they're all adrenergic receptors. They're just, different categories. They're all throughout our blood vessels in organs, just in different ratios. So for example, alpha 1 are more located in the kidneys and the skin. So that's why when you take ephedrine, for example, which is an alpha 1 adrenergic agonist, it causes vasoconstriction on the skin. You get that, goosebumps, right? So that's from alpha 1 adrenergic signaling. So beta 2, for example, are in the lungs, and noradrenaline causes vasodilation, bronchodilation in the lungs. So they have different functions in different tissues, and they are spread in different ratios. Some of them work postsynaptically, some have presynaptic activity. So it's very specific, and it's very, I'm learning about this shit in the past 3 weeks, and I have a long way to go. But as far as
with regard to the heart, then, and the steroid,
the heart has both alpha and beta receptors. So they signal. They basically noradrenaline binds and adrenaline binds to those receptors, and they stimulate vasoconstriction, and they increase the heart rate. Right, it makes it pump more harder. So in essence, they're stimulatory in nature. They're sympathomimetic, just like drugs. So that's why when you take tren suspension or halo, not only that you're aggressive, you want to fucking kill somebody. So that's essentially being in a sympathetic state, like the same as you were to do a drug. So they're hormonal drugs. So they're stimulants in essence. So that's why you cannot sleep on tren, right? Like you sleep 2 hours per night, you're sweating. Those are sympathetic nervous system activity functions, So it's the same.
The steroids that are the best for powerlifting are probably the worst for the heart on the adrenergic pathway.
Yeah, if it ultra stimulates your CNS, then every powerlifter is going to use it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that covered all the categories of that you had mentioned about why steroids negatively impact heart health. And I think we did a good job mitigating it. I think there's ways to mitigate so the problem isn't, I still don't think the problem.
It's a problem that information's in Alek's head, and he's digging around independently, and it's just not out in the public yet.
I mean, bro, I'm not researching this independently. I don't have a lab. I just read up the data that's already there. I'm just baffled how nobody gives a fuck about this. This is concrete. This is not me experimenting. This has been found out. And I think a big reason why doctors are so against steroids is I don't know whether they know all of this shit, but even if they, in their mind, when they read chapters about hormones, right? This shit is written in books. So I think that's where the whole premise about steroids being evil and all that comes from, because a lot of these things have been laid out since years. So it's nothing new.
So, here's the problem though, is people give steroids a bad name because they say steroids have all these side effects. I'm like, okay, right. Okay. I will say, yes, I will admit that steroids can possibly have all these side effects. I will say, even if they did, the risk is still less than the benefit. However, there are so many things we can take to mitigate the risk. So I would rather say steroids plus risk mitigation extremely the benefits extremely outweigh the side effects. And for most of the things, like when a doctor says, oh, steroids cause gyno, because they say it like it's a definite thing.
Oh yeah, dude, that's fucking hilarious when they say that.
They say you will grow tits, like you will get gyno. I'm like, well, what if you take tamoxifen? They're like, you can't take that because that's a cancer medication for a woman, and you're not a woman and you don't have cancer. I'm like,
here's the problem.
If you take it, then we no longer get gyno. But you can't take it because you're not a woman. Oh, okay. So, but the more accurate way to say it would be like, okay, doctor, are steroids plus tamoxifen going to give me gyno? And they'd be like, does not compute. And yet they're the ones.
Not the book I read that I use as the Bible.
Right. So the problem with that is that doctor has the knowledge from when they graduated in like 135 or whatever. So like they're fossils. They've never read an additional book or went to a seminar or anything like that, because their salary is not exponentially being increased. They're not motivated to do that shit. So your patient number 362, that's a big problem of that. So I get it. And also we're in a field where a lot of these things have not been researched to the degree that it should be, just because they haven't passed clinical, phase 3 trials, and they're not for human use. Although their pathway and the way that their work has been determined, and it's not rocket science to foresee how things work. People just don't give a shit, and that's the problem. Now, when you say the risk-reward ratio is worth it, it may be worth it for you because you build your persona, your career, and your livelihood right now based on doing this. And it's worth for you, it's worth for Russo, for me. But some dude that has nothing and drops out of college and says, I'm going to be a bodybuilder, and just slams gear and, fights with his parents, who love him and tell him, don't do this shit, go to college. That's the problem. For him, it's not worth it because he's not going to go anywhere. That's the problem.
Well, I disagree on this, Alek. I think that you're thinking of it just in like everyone has aspirations to be, this bodybuilding character, this Dr. Tony Huge, right? I think of it more in the angle of like, whatever environment, the environment, the shitty food, me being sedentary for so long. I'm basically hypogonadism at like, I've had patients at Elevate that are like 20 with legit hypogonadism. Like, do you weigh the risk to reward of them jumping on still enhanced, right? But a HRT, TRT lifestyle, I agree with Tony that the benefit of quality of life is just night and day for a male to make that little jump. Obviously, you pointing out when you go down the abuse route, very little people reap the reward of the abuse route to what we have all reaped right here. Normally, it's a waste of time.
And let's be real. Those people that are secondarily hypogonadical, most of the time they can revert back their hormones just by changing their lifestyle, introducing, drugs such as ACG, MHG, clomiphene, tamoxifen.
You're still enhancing them by doing that.
No,
You're still stepping over the line.
Yeah, that's treating them, but that's not setting them up for a long-term, drug use if they don't need to. And a lot of times they wouldn't need it. People want to say just slam test and whatever, or cycle, just wait your turn. So I had a guy book a consultation with me. He's like 54, and I see his numbers. He's on TRT, and when I saw his numbers prior to TRT, he had 800 nanograms per deciliter testosterone, and his coach put him on TRT. And I'm like, this is so bad. Like, this is blasphemy. Like, this is sad to see, So it's not for everybody. Like, let's be real.
I would disagree again because, like, sorry, Tony, I'll let you go. But, like, I feel like a lot of men these days don't enter the second bout of puberty for whatever reason. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like you're pointing out the 54-year-old with like amazing natural test, but I'm more thinking about anyone who has tried, has done a natural test booster, try to get their sleep right, et cetera, went through all the jumps, and their test is still sitting around 400. Like, in my opinion, there is a quality of life difference, to get to 800. Sorry, Tony, you can go.
I get it. I don't shit on that. I get it. As long as every other option has been exerted, including pharmaceutical interventions, and if still doesn't work, then sure, right?
Okay.
But
I agree then.
Yeah. So we're in the same page.
I think we need to take specific case studies, because I was going to give some comments about that are really general. And I'm just saying, wow, it's just too general. We're talking about, you give an example of like the bodybuilder this, and it's like, I have 100 other questions for that bodybuilder before I can agree with you on whether or not they should take steroids or care about the side effects and all that. Right. So I think what we should do is let's bring a fan on, or a couple fans. Like, even if we're doing a podcast thing like this, let's like set a couple times. Let's tell one to come in at this time and one to come in at this time, and then we come at this time, and let's analyze it. But what I'd really love to find is someone that we can kind of disagree on a little bit about how we would approach it. Like, I would love to find one where Alex says, you should not do steroids because the side effects or the risks outweigh the benefits. But where I can say, no, you should definitely do steroids, and have that kind of debate. It'd be amazing. I think in the end, they would be two well thought, different perspectives. And then you have the guy like listen and be like, wow, this is really interesting. Like either choice I make, I feel like I have a good justification for, and then it's like a matter of decision.
Yeah. And then he's going to DM you for a plug.
Let's do this.
Sure. I don't mind.
Yeah, so Russo, you're the best at organizing stuff like this.
I'll do it. I'll get someone.
Pick some people. But we want to find someone. Like, we want to find like not a teenager, because then we'll get in trouble about promoting gear to kids kind of thing. But get like an 18-year-old who's thinking about doing a cycle type thing. That's one example.
Not hustlers that you find over in Thailand, because my girlfriend will nuke me.
Yeah, Alec, let's see what Tony just said. Let's bring up like what like I get this all the time, right? The 18-year-old who has like extreme aspirations. You look at his life, he spent it all in the gym. And when you look at like a pro's career, like it's kind of built in the beginning of your 20s, and then you can stretch it out as far as you can stay healthy. Do you always tell that said individual like, no, bro, just wait? Or like, how do you approach that argument of like an 18-year-old that's like super dedicated and wants to make that step? Because obviously, hopefully at that age, they're above 600 natty test.
Wait, before Alex answers, we have to, Russo, you got to make sure that this person that comes on the show, they have to be very open and honest, about this, about what, because we're going to ask them questions.
Oh, there's going to be a ton of people who want, so maybe I'll interview a couple and then I'll send you guys the recordings of them, and then you guys can pick which one wants to make it.
No, it's okay. You just decide that they're going to be like open and honest. And then you also have to tell them that like, we might be really harsh on them, like even into the point of being insulting. And
this is blunt biohacking, Tony. You got chirped. I call myself fat. Like, everyone's real here. There's no sugarcoating, walking around in this podcast. That's what it's all about. So I'll let
because I'll give you one example of what's probably going to happen many times. This might be the outcome. It'd be like, what I think Alex should say, because I think what he really means to say is like, yes, young 18-year-old, I, Alex, took steroids when I was younger, but that's because I'm smarter than you and I can handle the repercussions. And I don't think you can mentally like deal with the side effects and you're smart enough to know how to mitigate them, and you don't have a coach and you don't have the research skills, and if you're a mainstream sheeple who has no research skills, you probably need to stay away from chemistry. Like, you got to kind of almost be insulting to make the point that needs to be made. I think that's what this whole thing comes down to. Like, if you're smart enough, like we all are, we can get through anything. We can cure ourselves of all kinds of diseases that Western medicine says is impossible to cure. We can mitigate all the side effects of the chemistry that we use. But the mainstream people can't.
The smartest guys are not the ones that have to come back to every side effect. You need to foresee them in the future and prevent them from even happening beforehand. So that's why when you want to do something, you research every pathway in which it can downstream affect you, and then address it in every way possible. So in order, if something builds up to the point where it's critical, then even if you address it, it's going to be a process to reverse it. So it's not worth taking that risk. I
think Tony's dead on right on your analysis. Like, it'll always happen to me, and I'll be like, well, what's your blood work look like? And I'm like, oh, like, you didn't even pull your bloods before you came to me to talk about, because they always try to get me. I'm sure with you too, and you too, Alek, they try to get you to make that decision for them, that life-altering decision for them. It's on me to make some random fuck on the internet, not them. And like you said, like, it's like, I don't think you're like, if you were smart enough to do this, you wouldn't be asking. You would just already be doing and mitigating and researching. So I think you're dead on right with that.
There's two different ways we should approach it. We should say, okay, the result of this will be like, we're giving you information so you can make your own decision. And then if the 18-year-old's like, all right, what would you do if you were me? But not just like in their position, but also like had all of their attributes, like their mental capacity and their, genetics and all the variables like that. So we should do what we would do if we were them, knowing. So with the knowledge that we have, but with their brain and their bodies, what would we do at their age and under for their goal?
That's exactly how I see things and how I respond to people.
Well, Tony, like, what angle would you do? Because like me and you don't have like the greatest muscle inserts to look the biggest, right? You normally see like the mainstream fucks be like, well, if you don't have the genetics for it, like, you should never enhance. Where I don't know, I kind of am on the opposite end of the spectrum of like, you could completely change your trajectory through your 20s and 30s.
Have you seen Nick Walker?
Yeah. That's.
I didn't see what he looked like before. Are you saying?
Oh man, he looked like nothing before. It's wild. No one would ever say it. It's wild. You have to go look that up right after this.
Have you seen me like when I started, bro? Hard work, chemicals, nothing beats it.
I'm friends with Mr. Pittsburgh, and he showed me his before, and no one in their right mind would believe he would get a pro card in open bodybuilding. No one in their right mind. The transformation's insane. I'm going to have him in one of my vlogs coming up this week. So like, I heavily disagree with that. But when you go on like, like Chris Bumstead, he was made to walk this road, right? He had the genetics the whole time. Like, why would you hold him back? Just enhance him. Jay Cutler looked like a god when he was natural, right? Why would you hold him back? Oh, Tony, Alek, Russo, you guys are small and wiry. You should fucking stay away from it and like not go down this road because there's nothing in front of you if you go down this road. That's normally like the argument.
We're not going down that road. That's for sure. Like we're not chasing the Olympia. So we're not going down that road. So it doesn't matter.
I'm saying to start that. That's like the normal person's thought process. The trolls in my comments, that's their angle.
Yeah, but we know that. Like, that you're not gonna be Mr. Olympia. Like, you don't even want. So why are they commenting? I don't get it. Like, or some people are talking on the comments like, you look like shit. Then they say you look amazing. Then they say this is the best you've ever looked, but change your cycle. Like, make up your mind then. You know, what the fuck are you talking about? And they have no pictures, no nothing. I mean, I'm sick of that.
Type of person we need to get on the podcast is like, let's try to get like a mega troll.
No, they wouldn't.
And they're hiding and they don't want to come.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's trying to get a troll to de-smurf himself would be pretty hard.
You in real life, they would suck your dick so hard, like they would be like, haha, nice to meet you.
I met one of my trolls at one of the expos. I have that analyzing mind where I remember some of the ats of my trolls, and he was completely two-faced to me in person. So yeah, it's just a jealousy thing.
I see that every day, bro. Like they would walk from the other side of the street just to say hi and then talk shit.
Here's another type of troll. It's like the New Yorker, I think of them as, because there was one guy who's commenting so nasty on all my stuff. I'm like, wow, this person really hates me. And then you meet him and you realize, oh, wow, this is like a New Yorker type guy. He loves me. He just like, that's how they like razz,
like busting your balls. Friends.
Yeah, busting your balls. Exactly. Like
it's hard to interpret that. I mean, it's hard to interpret that online.
Like if we're in person, you'd like, you know, you'd bust your balls and then hey, you busted my balls. Hey, you know, there'd be a laugh with it. But online, there's no expression. There's no laugh with it. It's just a nasty comment.
Yeah, there's no context. You cannot perceive it as he's saying. So yeah, for sure. Same thing with sarcasm, but. I mean, most often people are malicious and they write shit in order to be offensive.
It's just modern times. Like people would rather vicariously live through you than build your own life. And you have like with social media and shit, you can just be plugged into someone else's life all the time if you're not doing your own thing. And then that's what leads to those troll type characters.
Whose lives are you plugged into? I'll say I like if I go on. Like who I follow their story. I mean, it's kind of funny because I kind of follow some of the people around me, but I actually follow Joe Aesthetics. I watch almost everything he does. Mm-hmm. It's because it's really relevant to me. And he's very disciplined. And I feel like I live like vicariously through his discipline, I'll say. Like, I don't want to do the discipline, but I look at his discipline and I'm like, oh yeah, awesome. He's doing cardio again. I'm like excited that he's doing cardio. Or sometimes I see other people and I like to see they're in like a really cool gym. And I'm like, I like to look like this is Venus Gym in Dubai. And so I see that and I'm like, oh yeah, I've worked out there. So
but you're all positive, Tony. Imagine if you had the alternative perspective of being all negative watching that with nothing going on in your life. And then that's a troll character, you know?
Yeah, I can't really relate to that, I suppose.
No, honestly, since Tony brought up Joe Aesthetics, like he reminds me of myself when in 2017, 18, when the interviews, you know, back then when I was like abusing stimulants and my whole thing was me doing, you know, wild shit, filming myself. Well, here in Macedonia, I obviously cannot walk around shirtless in clubs and things like that. But like I acted like that, very erratic, and you know, to me he appears like he's like coked out of his mind. I don't know whether that's his personality, but some stimulant use is for sure it goes into that. So that's one thing. Another thing, I got sick of that thing very fast. Because like it's the same thing over and over, and it really hinders you from personal growth because you're trapped. Like if he sees less striations in his lower back or his glutes, like he would lose sleep over it because now that's his identity. You know, that's the problem. If you're the shredded guy, you're bound to be the shredded guy. Like that Tristan Lee guy, right? He said he put up a video of how it made him miserable, this and that. And it's funny when Greg said, oh, he shit on Tristan Lee, you know, how bad his eating habits were, how wrong he was, you know, this and that. Tristan Lee is Tristan Lee just because he was rewarded for being that shredded. So like he had to be that person, and he got caught up into that. And unless you can reinvent yourself, you're fucked.
And Joe Aesthetics is the god of alien gains. Like he can flex all the fibers. So like to achieve that conditioning 24/7, you know, you were in the same situation, Alek. I remember when you were like coked up, shredded, sick cunt. You're like crazy arguing with me all the time. You said you had to wear slippers in the house because you're so shredded for a whole year straight. So I'm sure you can.
Coked, I keep hearing the coke thing. Does that mean you were using coke to get shredded?
No, not to get shredded. When I was at that stage, and it was summer and party, you know, that's when I was like not giving a fuck and going to raves.
Alek right now, Tony, he's like monk Alek after his near-death experience. The Alek I met when I first met him, he was a wild boy, but life humbled him, and now he's monk Alek.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, so the near-death experiences is an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Listen, I've definitely had quite a few of those. You know,
here's the thing. The problem is that we proceed to do things and try to work around them because we're like problem solvers. We want to do things our way, and when we have problems facing our ways, and we have walls, we want to dance around the problem, whether through chemistry or through connections, through this and that. You know, that's giving you a dopaminergic drive. You know, that makes you feel alive, that you're the man, that you can do anything. And the problem is, in some situations, you just absolutely cannot do anything about it. And when that happens, your life is like trashed, like you're hammered. And that's when extreme depression hits, and you question yourself, and everything is just falling apart, and you're not focusing on things that matter, and your whole personality changes. And unless you change the loop, you're never going to change the outcome. And the only way to change the loop is to just let go of that image that you have to maintain, whether that's looks, whether that's cars, whether that's, you know, whatever it may be. Like when you identify with something, and without it you feel that you're nothing, and that's when you're a slave. So absolute freedom is tomorrow you can be a fucking fisherman and be just as happy. And that's very hard, you know. I envy people that can just do that. But you know, you're not that great if you cannot do that. So for example, Mike Tyson, he was the epitome of, you know, egoistical, arrogant individual. He was doing cocaine. He was a heavyweight boxing champion at 19. You know, he did hypnosis, that he's the biggest, the baddest guy in the world. Like he was angry all the time. You know, his personality. And look at him now. He's like a fucking monk. So if that guy could get his shit straight and talk what I'm talking right now, or trying to, then, you know, who am I, who are you not to agree with that? So if the ultimate alpha dude like that could acknowledge it and accept it and just deal with it, why can normal people, you know? So I struggle in that area, but the sooner we face things like that, the better. And that's when you grow.
Is there some part of your identity, Russo, that if you lost it, you wouldn't know who you were anymore or what to do with yourself? Or are you, you think you're able to adapt and you haven't attached yourself to any specific material attribute or thing?
I think it's more like I'm attached to my hustler mindset. And like, if I'm not buzzing, if I'm not hustling, then like nothing else. Like if I'm not like buzzing towards something or hustling towards something, like I fall apart. And like that was my depression, is like, I was like, fuck, I'm not buzzing. I'm not going up. And I wouldn't look inward. And like, once I look inward, I got out of it.
But in order to buzz and to go up, you need certain things to push you. So in your case, it's your physique, maybe your what else? Like your face, your hair, like I don't know which components of that, but maybe your mind, maybe you had some neurological problems and your memory went to shit. So still some things are identifying you, right? And when those aren't working as they should, that's when you lose your mind, and that's when depression hits.
Mm-hmm.
So the buzzing thing, I get that. That's part of my identity too. And I lose that when I got like the level of brain fog that I had from COVID. And also I started getting that same brain fog again recently. I got it from inflammation, and that's when my CRP was 98, whereas normal is 0 to 5. And this was just a few days ago. And I went and got my blood work done because my muscle soreness, the pain in my muscles was so bad. I said, there's something like massively wrong. It didn't feel like a cold or a flu. I don't know what exactly caused it. I have a hypothesis.
Was it a post? Like when did you get the numbers?
I had the first I felt the inflammation like 4 days ago, and then I got the blood test done the day before yesterday. So it was like the beginning of the third day that I felt the inflammation.
Were there any telltale signs?
This is just this recent inflammation, had nothing to do with my heart. Like the symptoms I had was just muscle and crazy muscle soreness and fever.
Where?
So I thought, well, maybe like a COVID thing. I did a COVID test. It wasn't COVID.
Soreness.
Where what?
Where was the soreness?
Every muscle and joint in my body, but even more in the muscles than in the joint, which is rare, because normally when I would have a cold or a flu or COVID, like I felt it more in the joints than the muscle.
Were you sweating cold sweats?
Surprisingly, wasn't sweating, except for at nighttime I would be sweating, but in the daytime I wasn't at all.
And what about body temperature?
102 degrees Fahrenheit, 39 degrees Celsius.
That's high.
Converts, yeah.
And there's no viral infections, no leukocytes elevation, no.
So I looked on the internet, like what could possibly cause this high of a CRP, and it said like, okay, if it's 0 to 5, this. If it's 5 to 10, it could be this, this, or this. If it's 10 to 20, it could be this, this, or this. If it's 20 to 50, it could be this or this. There's only one thing that it said it could be if it's over 50.
Septicemia.
Said bacterial infection.
Yeah, septicemia. That can lead to sepsis.
Yeah.
Where?
So how did I get sepsis is the question. And I think the only thing I could think of is I didn't inject. I was injecting, let's say, once a week, once every 4 or 5 days. It'd been a while since I had a steroid injection.
Did it touch your heart?
I did. What about the heart?
Did they touch it? Did you have any sort of procedure, invasion procedure?
No. So what I did was I injected peptides, though. So maybe
something wacky in those peptides.
But listen, no, if that was the case, you'd have a significant abscess and you would be having like you would be red and itchy, and like that would be like growing from within, and they would have to cut it out.
Yeah, you'd have more bacteria in the local area than you would the rest of your body, right? Because it would locally, that's where you injected it. There'd be most of it there. Some of it would be stuck in, not be able to escape, and encapsulated and all kinds. So I thought that too, but I feel like where I injected, which is pretty much the same place I always inject on my glute, and like no, I felt no abscess, no nothing, like nothing. But on the other hand, when I inject the peptides too, I massage the area really good. So it's possible that I really dispersed all of it.
Are you sure it's not mediated through the heart?
Well, that would, that's the frightening thing. That's why I got a full cardiac blood panel again. But my troponin T and my other, I think CPK or something was, one other one was elevated, but it wasn't like, CPK. It didn't correlate.
And creatine kinase.
Okay, I'll tell you my creatine kinase next here. Yeah, good one. It's just split between two. Okay, creatine kinase normal is 30 to 200. So that's the only other one that was elevated at 263. So normal under 200, I'm 263.
Not bad.
Yeah, not too much, right? So like how is CRP so extremely high? And my CKMB, which is specific to the heart, was 1.8. Normal is less than 4. So I'm totally good with all the other heart factors. Troponin T was low. So it's just CRP. So that's why I think it must have been a whole body bacterial infection. And non-contagious because nobody else around me got anything from it.
Did you get like a bacterial test, like a panel?
No, and I did get a urine test, and there was no bacteria in my urine, but not that necessarily would translate, because by then it would. Yeah,
I would get a full panel from a systemic panel to see whether you have any bacteria like that. And I mean, you need some therapy, either corticals or antibiotics, because that's a very high CRP. Like that can kill you.
So what I treated myself with, I was treating the symptoms with ibuprofen and then Tylenol, which I try to avoid at all costs. But anyways, I took it because the pain was kind of made it difficult to function. And then I took something else I don't remember, but then, so I was like, okay, let me just treat this the way I would treat a bacterial infection, as if it wasn't as bad as it maybe is. And then I can maybe avoid taking an antibiotic, but I was prepared to take an antibiotic. In Pattaya, we always have antibiotics on hand. Every guy has antibiotics in hand. So I had it ready, but I try to avoid taking it as best as possible. So I took monolaurin and methylene blue. Okay. And I feel, and a ton of garlic also. So high dosage of all three of these things. And I think that killed the bacteria, but that almost sounds too good to be true that could work as good as an antibiotic. But maybe.
Would be.
I mean, all three of those are effective alternative medicine antibiotics, but not as powerful as antibiotics.
When are you doing the next checkup?
I wasn't going to go back and get another blood test unless I felt, because I mean, the inflammation was out of control, brain fog and severe muscle pain. So I was thinking, gosh, if I already feel like now maybe only have 10% of it left, probably tomorrow I wake up with none left. Maybe I'm good. I don't need but I wanted to tell you guys because I hadn't experienced this before, but this is something that we must come across again some other time. If it's cause for me injecting a peptide, and it was I reconstituted a bunch of peptides at the same time. And
you know what's another problem? Bacteria is very easy to form in a water solution. If it's not bacteriostatic water, it grows very easy. With steroids, you have benzyl alcohol, benzoyl benzoate, ethyl oleate, harsh alcohols. In water, bacteria, it's really easy to dissolve and to replicate itself. So, with peptides, it's tricky. It's tricky for sure.
So usually we use a peptide vial pretty quick, but there's some peptides that, the dosage, the peptide vial could last you a long time, even up to a month. So I know one thing is with some peptides, we could use acetic acid, which hurts so bad, but we could use less and could dilute it more. And, but I'm wondering if there's something that we should be, like, we most have sterile water, everybody has access to, but I'm wondering if there's some kind of other preservative for post-reconstitution that we could be adding that would at least prevent some level of bacteria growth that would be convenient enough and with low toxicity that it would be worth, adding to our BAC water before we inject it. Even though BAC water also has some antiseptic properties, but some just an extra little boost, Yeah,
it has benzyl alcohol, 0.9%. I would suggest looking into pharmaceutical brand, norditropins, genotropes, and just see their excipient list, because they probably have thought through this out and just copy whatever.
I was thinking the same thing, because they have the norditropin pens and all that. They're in a liquid form, and they're
Right.
And the pens have a huge amount of growth hormone in them for someone who is using a low dosage that
Right.
lasts a really long time, and nobody ever
Right.
has a problem. So they definitely mastered the preservatives.
Yeah, they have mannitol, sodium chloride, and I don't know what else, but just replicate the formula and you should be good to go.
Yeah,
I mean, it's logical. It's logical. Anything else regarding the heart?
The things are doing a lot better now. I'm not following the cardio as best as I should, and I definitely need to. And I'll get some new test updates again in the near future. Some of the stuff that you said was really helpful. Like, and I was taking a lot of cabergoline, and someone commented, I think maybe it was Steve also. Coach Steve is the one who told me that cabergoline, fibrosis. And I did a little research on that, and there's of course a lot of contradicting studies. I think the one I read the most was that they found that long-term, very chronic usage for sure, but normal dosage, reasonable usage, no. Like, that's kind of the conclusion I got. But then again, you have people who have predispositions, and you got those of us taking steroids. That's kind of a predisposition. So
exactly. And also, steroids. Why wouldn't you use something that doesn't have that side effect? As I said, the PRAMI, for example.
Well, I think he was using it for the sexual benefits.
No, but you'll still get the sexual benefits. Dopamine agonist, so it's the same,
So for the heart, I think we can put down that it's highly likely that cabergoline chronic usage, because I have used it fairly chronically, may have been a contributing factor.
For sure.
Caber plus roids plus blood pressure.
For you, I would have used Wellbutrin maybe rather than Caber or PRAMI. Yeah. So, do you know what Wellbutrin does?
What is a dopamine reuptake inhibitor?
Yeah, noradrenaline dopamine reuptake inhibitor. So basically what happens is, instead of Caber and PRAMI, they're dopamine agonists. They agonize dopamine production. This essentially blocks the protein transporter that causes reuptake of the dopamine and noradrenaline neurotransmitters from the synapses. And when you remove them, they accumulate a lot in the synapses, and then they bind to the neuron, and you have an influx of more noradrenaline and dopamine. So what happens is, you're purely stimulated with dopamine and noradrenaline. Now you're more focused, you're more energized, improved memory, your sex drive goes nuts, like random erections, boners. They can alter your thinking patterns. So people
weird boners or normal boners?
No, in weird situations. So when you just don't expect them. And also, if you have gambling tendencies or tendencies to do wild shit, having that excess amount of dopamine can make you do bullshit things. So, and it's listed under the side effects. It's basically like microdosing cocaine in your brain. That's what it does. The only side effect of it is, if you abuse it over long periods of time in high doses, high dopamine can lead to how the fuck do I pronounce this? Schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one problem. But other than that, if you're moderately dosing it, you'd have just elevated dopamine, and it does exactly what SSRIs should be doing. Like SSRIs are making people zombies, and they just feel high and motivated and whatever and lethargic. When dopamine is elevated, you just want to do shit. You want to do more, be better at it. You know, it increases blood pressure, concentration. Like dopamine is the drug that, you know, makes you want to do things. In combination with noradrenaline, that's where you're like zoned in and focused. And that's why Adderall works so best, because Adderall causes reuptake inhibition on all catecholamines, on dopamine, noradrenaline, adrenaline, and serotonin. So it makes you happy, extremely motivated, and concentrated and focused. So that's why you don't have the anxiety and everything. The serotonin is causing a sedation and you're calm, but you're extremely driven and you just want to work. And as you feed that dopamine, you're just doing more and more. And nothing can stop you. And that's when you don't give a fuck about your family, your girlfriend. Nothing matters because now you're addicted to the dopamine drive that works give. So that's why when I said Adderall, you know,
big caveat.
Yeah. I've been there, bro.
My problem is the crash, you know, the dopamine crash when you lose the sensitivity and the dopamine stops and you keep chasing the more dopamine. And yeah, so I have to learn how to resensitize dopamine receptors faster.
There's this drug, pig brains. Leo talked about cerebrolysins, yeah. And also just timing it. So instead of just using Adderall every day, you just use it twice a week, for example, for certain occasions. Like that's when you know on Monday I have this and this, on Friday, and that's it. The problem is it's easy to, you know, make an excuse as to why you need more.
Yeah.
That's when problems arise.
When I was in my programming days, I would save my Adderall for like the big project. If I would like constantly roll Adderall, you would see like the personality shift and everything Alek described. So
bro, do you remember what kind of an asshole I was?
Yeah, you're night and day different person, Alek, these days. It's nice to see, but I kind of miss the old crazy Alek at the same time. But
I mean, I resemble on that. I'm like, fuck it. Sometimes I miss that. But
you're not even close to the original Alek I met. I think we met because we were beefing each other in some form for a while, and then we finally 1v1, and then we were chill. Yeah.
No, bro, like the thing is that I was like beefing with everybody. I had that dog.
I know.
I know everybody. Fuck you. You know, if somebody debated with me about something, I would go on for like 3 days straight. And it doesn't matter. Like it really doesn't. It paid off at that time, you know, because I had a lot of personal growth, but I lost a lot of energy doing that. You know, I could have been even more productive. So whatever, it's a lesson.
Let's go into Dr. Tony Huge's rumors, I guess. I'll dispel some of them. So your name is a porn star name, right? I see that around, that you take that name super seriously. So that was your porn star name, correct?
Oh, well, I thought, you know, my name being Anthony Hughes, that Dr. Huge was like a funny nickname that friends sort of called me back then. And then it was like we were going to get Hugh Hefner bathrobes, my friends and I. And we're like, what do we put on the back of our robes that goes along with that style? So that's when like it cemented in my head, Dr. Huge, which is way long before I ever was known by the public or anything other than a couple close friends as Dr. Huge. But so we kind of had that idea in mind that, yeah, it's kind of like a porn star name, but I never actually did porn. I mean, professionally, I never got paid for porn. Let's put it that way. I keep waiting for one of my sex tapes to get leaked, but they never do. So I feel like I'm just not important enough yet. I know I'll know I made it when my sex tapes get leaked. How's that?
It yourself.
Leaking myself. Yeah, it's a PR. It'll be a PR stunt.
Yeah, that's what Kim did. So look what happened with that. It obviously works.
Right.
It obviously works.
And the next one I want to go into, because that's a dispelment as well, is you were like this elite natural bodybuilder. Like, this is the thing where like it kind of like, it's like they don't know your past, right? You built this natural physique, this natural base, and it's like people automatically assume you're just like the crazy pro drug, pro steroids the entire time, which I know you in real life, you kind of had like an epitome switch. Like, why do people not know that about you? I've seen you post about it, but when I read the rumors, it's like you've always been like so pro enhancement. You were never about natural bodybuilding at all. That's really not true.
I think because even though I've addressed it before, there's nothing sort of visual to go along with it. I think I would need to show more pictures of me as a natty. And unfortunately, I didn't take as many pictures back then as after, right? I was less interested in taking pictures then, but I still have some that are out there and some more that I could dig up for sure, to be able to see the quality of my physique as a natty. But have to keep in mind, like, times have changed. Way more people have way better physiques now than back then. Right. So like, I was an elite, not a competitive bodybuilder. I was an elite hobby natty bodybuilder. Elite meaning like one out of every, 50,000. Like, I'd be like the best natural bodybuilder out of every 50,000 people you grabbed from a survey or something, right? But not even close to the best in a single city, for sure. Like, the best in my neighborhood, yeah. The best in like the surrounding 10 neighborhoods, yeah. Outside of that, not so much.
I'm more angling it on like, you did like the super disciplined natty lifestyle. Like, you were all about that for so long. I'm not being like, oh, you had like a top natural physique, but like, you did everything to a T that the people who criticize you, come after you about. You already lived that life.
Yep. I did the full blown natty. This is why it's funny. Like, when people tell me that as if I'm going to grow up someday and realize I'm wrong now, it's like, they don't realize I'm already decades beyond where they're at. Like, I was where they are at mentally as far as bodybuilding is concerned decades ago. I was already I was the egotistical natty that prided myself on being stronger than the guy on steroids. I was the troll. I was the anti-steroid guy, hardcore. And I did a 180 with experience that other people will also do that same 180 later. And I'm trying to save them the time. I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to pollute the minds of the younger people. I'm trying to say, look, 20 years from now, you're going to regret not taking steroids earlier, because I regret not taking steroids earlier. I waited too long. I missed an opportunity. I don't want other people to miss the opportunity to chemically enhance earlier when they could.
Which opportunities did you miss?
So when I was 21 years old, I reached my natural potential. I mean, of course, you never reach, you can keep pushing more, but you put in so much time and so much energy to build muscle and keep the fat off and be strong. And then like, when you have other things come up in your life, like, okay, now you're a lawyer and now you can't train as quite as much. And now you can't maintain that physique anymore. How depressing is that? Like, you're a natty who wants to keep getting better. And now some life limiting factors prevent you. There's nothing you can do to get better anymore. And then you realize 9 years later that you wasted 9 years of lifting and dieting and couldn't make any significant progress. Yeah, quality of muscle improves this, but your natural body state can only get so big.
Were to do steroids and all that back then, you didn't have time to do all the research and everything appropriate along the line of getting ready for that endeavor, while you were, being a lawyer and had like so many clients, and like your business was being a lawyer. So it would have been irresponsible for you to drop that or like you from that and pursue your selfish, muscle building goals. So I don't think you fucked up in that regard. I think everything happened just as it should have.
Well, taking steroids is a commitment because, testosterone suppression, PCT, risk infection. But taking a moderate dosage of SARMs, for example,
right.
or even SARMs plus, if I would have just reached out to a coach, I actually like the idea of hiring coaches. Some people are like, oh, hiring coaches or this idiots, that idiots. I don't know. I wish that I had a coach when I was younger about steroids. And I wish that coach put me on SARMs and growth hormone and insulin at 21 years old. I wish I took growth and insulin at 21 years old.
I did that basically. But no coach would put you on that. That's the problem.
Yeah, they would all juice you to the gills right off the bat. That's what most of these coaches do.
If it's a famous coach, he would juice the fuck of their top competitors, and then for everybody else, they would do like minuscule cycles, so they just save their reputation, so that they don't get called out. And most often, you're not even talking to them; you're talking to whoever else in his team. So it's never legitimate. That's the problem. Like coaching should be one-on-one individual, whether through phone or in person. And it should be, as real as possible. As I'm with you, right? Everything we've talked about, and realistically what to expect, what you take, why, we can go in depth. I can debate everything long in your comment section.
If it was a time commitment, if it's a time commitment question, like you got to put in a certain amount of time to research it because there aren't a lot of coaches available to coach a young person on YouTube, really effective cycle, then, especially like a hybrid SARM cycle or a non-steroid cycle or a growth hormone and insulin cycle, all of the most rare ones, then I would have told myself, okay, instead of spending like 3 hours a day thinking about, or 2 hours a day thinking about bodybuilding for the next, month, 2 months, just don't even go to the gym. Don't train. Don't worry about your diet. Just put all of that time into researching your growth hormone and insulin cycle and start it a month later. Like invest the time and do it earlier.
I did that exactly. I was studying PEDs since 8th grade, and I started at 4th grade.
Yeah, that's about the same with me.
And I was still lifting natural and everything, but I was like prepping myself. I told my mom, like she went with me, bought my first cycle from the pharmacy, so that's how it went.
So I did start studying steroids, because I knew I was going to do steroids someday. I was like, I'll do it when I'm 35. So I wanted to learn about it earlier. So I did start studying steroids really early. It's the growth hormone and the insulin that I didn't study. That's the one, like if I could go back in time, I'd be like, study growth hormone and insulin.
But they're so simple though. It's not that big of a rocket science.
Okay, they're simple to you and me, but they're the most intimidating thing.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how many people are still so afraid of insulin. And then
they're stupid. Like I'm afraid of adrenergic steroid. I'm afraid of tren. I would do insulin without a doubt. Like right now, I don't care because I know how it works with tren.
I agree, but like nobody else says that. Like we're like some of the very few people that say that in the world. So like, imagine even when you're younger and you don't have access to people like us.
To the internet?
About insulin? Oh yeah, man, if you look up insulin, it's mostly
people telling you off about it.
Yeah, telling people you're an idiot for using insulin and it's going to kill you and all this.
If you were to look up, just Google suicide rates with insulin, you'd see that 97% of people survive trying to commit suicide with insulin. It's extremely hard to die off of insulin. When you go into hypoglycemia, because obviously glucagon will be elevated, glucagon is a hormone produced in the pancreas by the alpha receptors, and it's proglycemic. So first of all, it converts glycogen into glucose, and when that's not enough, it breaks down aminos via gluconeogenesis and makes protein glucose. So it's basically a catabolic hormone trying to kick you out of hypoglycemia to get you back in life. So as it's doing that, although you're laying unconscious, that chemical process is still happening in your body. You're not dead. Like, glucagon is doing its job. You're just in a coma from extremely low blood sugar. Even hours, if they find you and give you intravenous dextrose with insulin and electrolytes and all that, they will bring you back to life. The only problem might be if your brain sustained a prolonged period of hypoxia, then you may have problems with your brain. But to actually die off of insulin, like insulin overdose, is very hard, like extremely hard. Like, just Google suicide attempts with insulin, you'll see it. So that's the,
that's good. That's good to know. But yeah, very few people know that. But hopefully, like, the listeners now know that. So that's good.
Right. Another thing I want to know, which is ties in with bodybuilding. I'm sure you've heard about doing insulin before fasted cardio to lower glucose, right? For fat loss, right? I'm sure you heard of this premise somewhere. Yeah. So I laugh at that completely, because when insulin is elevated, it blocks lipolysis. Just as growth hormone increases lipolysis, it starts it, insulin blocks it because it's a storage hormone. So not only you're blocking fat loss as you're doing that, when your blood sugar goes down, glucagon just takes your muscles, basically your aminos, and converts it to glucose. So you're losing muscle as you're doing this. And people are actively doing this shit, thinking that way they will lose more fat cells, which is so stupid to me. I laugh when I see protocols like that, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is nothing to be experimental about. Like, just Google and Wikipedia how things work, and you'll read. Like, this is not some secret information you have or I have. It's like we can look it up in an instant. So I mean, I don't know, man. I told Russo, in the bodybuilding society, it's a group of like the biggest morons compared to any other sport.
How about growth hormone with the insulin before the cardio, so that the growth hormone is releasing calories to be burned?
Thing though, when you're doing right, so when you're doing cardio, you want to maximize lipolysis. So why not just microdose growth hormone and utilize it like that, and use the insulin later on with your post-workout meal? Because when you do that, you want to be in a fat loss state. So when you shoot the growth hormone, you're instantly starting lipolysis. So as you're active, you're just burning off fat. So that's why GRPs and secretagogues are taking on a fasted stomach. With growth hormone, you don't need to do that because you're just bypassing the process, but you don't need to shoot insulin. And also, when we're talking insulin, if you're bulking, the best form of insulin would be Lantus, because on studies, it shows that it increases IGF-1 the most out of all insulins. So growth hormone with Lantus is like a recipe for like making really good gains.
But what about, the Lantus? Do you think that it increases IGF more because because of its half-life, or do you think there's something else about it? Because if it's just the half-life, you could just inject fast-acting insulin more often.
The half-life. It's like there are studies where they just compare in others with the relative the same or even longer half-lives. It did not achieve that effect. Something about it, and my speculation is that it's not all bioidentical. So like with testosterone, for example, that we inject, it's from plants. It's derived from plants. So with insulin, I think there's something different. Like, even though it acts as insulin that as our endogenous insulin, I think there are tweaks at certain receptor sites and pathways where it works slightly different. Because, for example, Levemir, on studies, a long-acting insulin, has shown decreased appetite and promoting weight loss, which is paradoxal when you think about it. It should promote weight gain and appetite increasement, right? So that's why all insulin is not treated the same, even though logically you would think that, insulin is insulin. But there are studies, like I've seen the papers, where like there's statistically a big statistic difference, where you cannot just question it, whether it's a marginal error or not. Like it is what it is.
Yeah, I think the most aggressive insulin protocols I've seen would be with Lantus as the foundation at a low enough dosage to where you wouldn't risk going hypoglycemic if something happened during the day, and then spiking it with some rapid insulin throughout the day with the big meals.
When you take Lantus, when you take longer acting insulin, the chances of going hypo is very small. The rapid insulins are, the more concerning ones. With Lantus, I mean, it's not that drastic at all.
How do you like? So not for fasted cardio, because we know your opinion on that, but how about just for fat loss? Cutting quickly in general. You like you talk about, of course, Lantus because of the IGF conversion, and you'd expect people to gain weight, but they lose weight. So just in general, like if cutting was the goal, or recompositioning, then using Lantus for that, what do you think?
If paired with growth hormone, yeah. If not, then no. Because again, if you have supraphysiologic, when insulin is present, you're blocking lipolysis. Like if you're in a fat loss phase, I would rather not use insulin and just use microdoses of growth hormone around activity levels, because that's when you're just having fat burning. I told you this when you interviewed me years ago, when I was, all shredded. Is Russo here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't see him. That's why.
Oh, you can change the view. You can click the button and click.
He's on the phone, so I don't know how it works with him.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah,
you can. Yeah, I see. Okay, so it's whoever's talking is who it shows then on the phone.
Yeah.
Russo, did you fall asleep?
I mean, I've just been chilling, listening.
Okay, sorry.
And then the last thing I wanted to dispel personally with Tony is that you basically changed your career and gave back to the bodybuilding community. Essentially, I feel like the rumors out there that you just came into the industry to milk the industry as the salesman, when really the OGEA was about showing the supplement industry for the sawdust selling it really is, and that you dumped your own money into the industry way more than you ever took away, in my opinion. That kind of bothers me as well too, is obviously your persona, it's egotistical, it's narcissistic, but really you've been super selfless to me, and you've been so selfless to other people. Why is that dispelment out there? And how could you, obviously with your lifestyle, with everything, it's never going to be okay, Tony's a great guy, right? But it really was, you did give back to the bodybuilding industry more than people really realize. And all the people who thanked your hands behind the scenes, and then they go back out in the public and they're like, I hate Tony because he's disrupting the industry.
How is he disrupting it? He's disrupting it himself. He's disrupting himself when he does inconsistent things. It doesn't matter about the industry.
I'm talking about the industry in general, as in the supplement industry, because you had the mass gainer, the protein powder. When Tony first started, right? There was Blackstone Labs, essentially, right? Blackstone Labs, Iron Mag Labs,
right.
And then EA just set it on fire. And it was the paradigm shift. There has been a paradigm shift ever since EA had its rise and fall, in my opinion. It's much different.
Right. I think enhanced athlete changed history for bodybuilding in a lot of ways. I don't think people realize it because EA was basically buried by the government, and so people can't like really see the history of it, because it's not like if there was the YouTube channel and it had 1 million subscribers right now, you'd be able to kind of go back and see the whole history and the progression and what happened when and what we talked about when, but you just can't really see that. It's like the history books have been wiped in a lot of ways, in a lot of angles.
So here's the thing though. It changed history, but not for everybody. Just for a certain generation that just happened to, live through that time, which is us, obviously.
No, but it's a domino effect, though. It's like the way that the SARMs, the way that the SARMs entered the world, the way that the peptides, awareness of peptides. Right. For you, it didn't change anything, because for you are already investigating all this stuff, and you were already on. Heavily active on like Facebook and forums and things like this, but there's like, that's a very small demographic of people. What I did is I brought it to the mainstream.
I agree. And then following the natural progression of things, it shouldn't stop. And it did stop. And that's the failure.
See, I don't think it stopped. I disagree on that, because I see like, now you have everyone looking into HRT, TRT, enhancement, cognitive enhancement, biohacking in general. Like before Tony's era, me and you would talk in the private forums. There was no one really in the forefront on a face, being like, this is what I do. I feel like that paradigm shift happened.
Yeah, but now, scammers are on the front. That's the difference.
Oh yeah, there's always going to be scams.
Well, when I got deplatformed, then certain other people came and filled the void. And some are good and some are bad, and none of them are as much of an advocate for chemical enhancement as I was. So the whole train got derailed. So the train made a lot of progress, and it brought a lot of people along with it who then keep pushing forward in similar directions, but nobody really pushing forward as an advocate for the chemical enhancement. But the root question was like, how could people think that I did all of this for the money and not for the cause?
Like you were already rich. Like that's what I'm getting at. You're already like super successful. You had the American dream figured out. And people like don't understand that you threw that all away for this.
Well, the net of it is that this journey cost me money, not made me money at this point. But what I have built is some amount of leverage within the industry that I can pull some strings, and I could pull strings and I could make a lot of money. So I have sort of like assets within the industry, but I haven't actually really monetized it and put cash in my pocket in a net profit.
In situations like this, time is not on your side usually. Taking action early is always best, and also it's very important with a group of people that you're gonna indulge into, because you don't want a repeat of something that failed. But as you said, if you're in a situation where you can, do things and get benefit, think about long-term trajectory and what can really, bring back both revenue and also value, because they go together. So that's I told you this, I think 2 years ago or a year ago even. I told you it's time. So I mean, you need to, do your thing, do your calculations, see your options, and then just take a leap of faith and just, continue doing what you were doing. Because, now
I'm ready to start a new chapter. It's all within the same theme of what my life mission is of trying to fight for medical freedom and try to give people a good experience chemically enhancing so that more people become advocates.
If something was screwing you over to the point where you just got shut down, just work your way around it and do not arouse them. Like, it's not baking out if you're strategically avoiding things that that they're gonna block you for. So you have to be smart about things and your whole approach, because you've done this and you've you came to certain points where like you were way ahead of everybody, especially back in that day where nobody had like 100,000 subscribers. And then that happened. So change your game plan. Have the same idea, have the same principles, same people. Well, not same people, but like people with legitimate, similar mindset as you, and then do it. Just tweak the formula in order not to get fucked by the new rules, because that's the game. So look at what Derek does. Derek started off with informative content, right? So quoting studies, this and that, once a week, twice a week. And the content was great at first, especially for somebody that wants to learn about steroids or with SARMs. Same thing with Greg. And, people watch it and it's like great content, but then they get like 100,000 subs. So what happens then is, what's the rock on this and just bullshit content, because that's getting rewarded. And now they get like millions of subscribers. But like the good part that I see with Derek is he's trying, as he makes bullshit content, to mix it with information. So in order to still pass on value, versus Greg, he doesn't tell anything else. And that's why I dislike him in that regard. But it's the same principle. The game is just, the rules are different. The game is the same. So you either play it or not. There's a lot to take, both for personal gains and also for others to give back. So if we decide to do it, like, it can happen. If we don't, somebody else will do it. And it's all a matter of choice.
Okay, let's talk more about some strategies, some way to collaborate, and the next vision for Enhanced to be able to grow the movement again. Yeah, because it's time now. Finally got baby mama settled here. Kind of gave up on my dreams of building the polygamous household. Got all the girls in separate condos. Things are calmer now. I can focus a little more on a project.
When I'm talking with you here, I'm referencing Tony Huge, because there were a lot of people in that group that I don't find legitimate. I know them personally, their personal life, their personal, decision-making processes and behavior, and how dangerous they are, not from being malicious rather than ignorant. And that's worse, basically. So, it's a matter, like, I wouldn't associate with just anybody. Like right now, I'm talking with you, but, that doesn't mean that I would necessarily be all buddies with some of the other people that you may be friends with or aren't anymore. I don't know. But, you understand why. I'm sure you can. Yeah. And I'm fair. That's fair. Because, I really want to be as authentic and legit as possible and never stray a single step away from it. That's when I have like peace in my mind. That's when I know I cannot be punished for anything. That's when there's no room for error.
Yeah. Okay, and that'll be next time we'll strategize.
Right. Want to go over the questions that Ryan sent over?
Yeah, real quick. We'll just be real quick about it, and I'm gonna wrap this up.
Yeah. Next time, should you break up the recording more though? Is this file size going to be unmanageable though, Russo?
Dude, I'm an IT nerd. Any file sizes. I have a $13,000 cinema camera I deal with. It's fine. I'll get you this. Okay.
Arthritis, DHB. Do we go one by one?
Let's just pick 3 really good ones. Alek, you pick 3, and then we'll do it. Then we'll wrap it. This one's a banger, full of content.
Okay, so I'll
losing steam at the end here.
So, is there any biohacking for arthritis? It depends on the underlying cause. If it's like an autoimmune disease, you would be most likely treated with DMRs or with corticosteroids. First line of therapy would be non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medications. Just be careful if you take ibuprofen or anything that blocks COX-1 and 2. COX-2 is where local inflammation happens, and that's what you want to inhibit. But COX-1 maintains the lining of the stomach and intestines, and it can really hurt your gut from the digestive juices. So be careful with that. Now, Tony, do you want to add anything to that?
If arthritis, I think most people probably think about treating just the symptom, maybe the pain from it and all that, but we're trying to prevent it from progressing, getting worse. Then, yeah, inflammation is a symptom, but also a cause of it getting worse in the area. So like keeping inflammation low, and then all the different ways to keep inflammation low. I think DMSO is probably another one that would be really helpful. Keep inflammation low and increase blood flow in the area. And that's put topical on the skin, and that's cheap, just industrial chemical. Just have to make sure to clean the skin really well before applying it, because if there's any bad stuff on the skin, it'll help transport it under the skin, which we don't want. And then I think things like the TB500 and the BPC 157, all the healing peptides and stuff like that, that will help reverse some of the damage, I think, but not treat the underlying, cause of what the arthritis is from. And yeah, I think autoimmune disease is one of the number one causes for it.
Get a panel, get an RF panel. Rheumatology, go to a rheumatologist.
All right, next one's for Tony. Tony, how do you stop giving a fuck? Right, you have your full actual lifestyle out on display. I'm sure this lifestyle was hidden long before you're like, fuck it, let's reveal the curtain. How did you stop giving a fuck?
Get older. The older you get, naturally, you're going to care a lot less because you have more life experience, and you just, if you go through life caring what other people think, you'll be miserable. And so you have more experiences, you have more opportunities to test what it feels like to not care about what other people think. And you start, every time you experience that, you realize, wow, it feels a lot better to not care about what other people think. And then as you get older, like freedom doesn't feel so important when you're younger, I think. But I think when you're older and you start feeling trapped, if you really reflect on your life, you realize that freedom may be the most valuable asset that you have, besides your health, family, freedom, these type of things, in my opinion, freedom. So it's like, if you want freedom, okay, what are you going to be free from? Well, freedom from other people's opinions is one of the easiest freedom to accomplish, right? Financial freedom may be harder, location freedom may be harder, but like if you want mental freedom, then just stop caring what other people think. This is hard because I grew up in a high society family that in those types of families, everybody cares about what everybody thinks, and everything is so fake. Everybody's putting on such a facade. And like, I saw my family going through that. And I thought, this is like, to me, this looks miserable. Like I recognized it as a young age that I didn't like that fakeness. So I just decided I didn't want to be part of that. And then my father was a chronic liar, pathological liar. He was a very good person and he did a lot of good for the world, but he had like a serious pathological lying problem. And it may have started with women, like, because he was, I think, a polygamist at heart, but, society wouldn't accept that, especially high society. And my father being groomed to be a politician, my family was in politics before. So he's groomed to be a politician, where you have to be politicians are professional liars. So he's raised to be a professional liar, even though he's a good person. And he's got all these girlfriends, and he's cheating on the girlfriends, he's juggling girlfriends, the stress is killing him. And I just saw like, wow, I just really don't want to live this life of anything fake and stressful, and I want freedom. So I figured that all out at a young age. But then I still care, because when you're young, it's really hard not to care what other people think. So care what other people think. It took kind of age and experience, because I'm such an overactive person and I do so much stuff, which has its benefits and drawbacks. I have more experiences faster. So if you take the average American individual, like the amount of life experiences they have at age 80, I probably had that somewhere around age 27. You see, so like my experiences went way faster. Your
brain aged way faster, like your mental process.
Just a lot more, sleep less, do more different things, never have a single day that's exactly the same as the day before. And like, you live multiple lifetimes in one lifetime. And then like, I have sort of the mentality of an 80-year-old in a lot of ways, which is like, what do I care? Like, I'm going to be dead soon anyways type attitude. That's why I don't care. And then also there's that's that quote, like, what lions don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. I don't mean to be like condescending, like everybody's sheep, even though I use that term a lot, but if someone needed to be able to relate it to their lives, it's like, ask someone who's asking me, like, how do you not give a F? Like, ask them, like, okay, do you care what that homeless person thinks about you on the side of the street? Like, look at that homeless person screaming at that street sign. Do you care if they think that you wore the same shoes 2 days in a row? I say that because at my high school, you get made fun of if you wear the same shoes every day to school. Like, you're too
ridiculous
poor to afford, every color of Nike to match your outfit, right? So why would you care what a homeless person thinks of? Well, the same thing, like, you have society, you have all this ranking in society. What do you care about the ranking of people below you? What do you care about their opinions of you? And then the people above you, okay, yeah, care about their opinion if it's helpful to you. So like, you get to choose what you care about. So if their opinion is helpful to you and it's going to help you become better, then care about their opinion. If caring about their opinion doesn't help you become better, then don't care about their opinion. It's emotional maturity. It's emotional control.
Couldn't have said it better. I don't got nothing to add to that. That's perfect. I guess I'll end on the last question. Alek, you got anything to say before I jump the last question, which will be for you?
Oh, so I choose it?
No. I got a question for you.
Okay, so I want to choose another question here, just that I read it. One sec. For how long you could run T4 300 mcgs with TRT? Somebody asked. So first of all, why would you run T4 with TRT unless you're hypothyroid? So if you're taking
in hopes to burn more fat.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. The problem with this is that your body will just convert T4 to RT3, which is a reverse thyroid. So instead of going into FT3, which is free thyroid, the active form of thyroid, it will go into reverse thyroid, and you'll have the opposite effect of slowing down your metabolic function, and you will have hypo symptoms. So this will make it worse. If you want to hack your thyroid like that, then utilize 100 mcgs of T4 and then add T3 on top of it. Small doses, do not go hyper. That will cause a lot of problems, both metabolic and endocrine, and your brain will suffer for it, and also you will lose muscle mass. So I would say like 12.5 mcgs of T3 with 100 mcgs of T4, and then do blood work and assess.
Is that the same thing with T2? So you can't take like T2 or T4 straight up. You have to add a little T3.
No, with I haven't really done that much research on T2. I would assume that it would be the same, but specifically in these situations with T4, I've seen people, they healthy people, they just add T4 and their free T3 levels just go down and they start getting weight. So you have to, it depends. You have to follow all biomarkers and then assess and tweak. But honestly, I wouldn't tweak and use thyroid medications unless you're like towards the end stages of the prep and you want to boost your free thyroid levels in order to maintain fat burning without having to do many refeeds.
How often would you put someone on? I mean, how common is it that you would recommend someone who's doing a fat loss or some rapid fat loss to use T3?
I don't like rapid fat loss. Like I want sustained prolonged caloric deficit where your
Tony's all about that instant gratification, so it's not computing in his brain right now.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Yeah. If you want rapid, like I would say blasting androgens and doing like 2-3 hours of cardio, keeping protein and fats, higher, and then microdosing growth hormone. If you want to do it like that, I'd rather see more work and less drugs, so I understand, blasting androgens, but stimulants, fat burners, thyroid medications, things like that, I don't I don't want that upon people. Like just thinking of Goku, for example, killing yourself, training like mad, and then eating a lot, like your metabolism, and you'll look better if you do more work. So the more you eat, the more anabolic you are. If you burn 6,000 calories per day, and be in a small deficit, your body will look better than if you were chronically like starving yourselves, just to avoid moving around. Every time I see somebody just starving themselves, they're just skinny and they're not shredded.
Shit.
You see it with girls,
This is an experiment I've done many times on myself too. Actually, this is one I haven't really talked about a lot, but like I've tried every combination of amount of physical activity versus. It's funny when you lean back like that and put your chest out, how huge you look right there, Alex. It looks like it. Yeah. It's totally that way. If I diet, I just get small. I just lose muscle. Like my body loses muscle really easily. If I want to burn fat, I've got to increase the activity for sure.
People are afraid that they will lose their legs if they do cardio. When you think of a cyclist, like their legs are jacked out of their mind. Their upper bodies are small. The only thing that's jacked are their quads and hamstrings and calves. They look like, right? So cycling or doing, elliptical burn your legs. I don't get it. Bodybuilders are really retarded. They're afraid of cardio. Like they just sit around in a chair all day, watching TV and just eating all day and doing drugs. And they think that doing like an hour on the Stairmaster will burn their legs. Like makes zero sense, bro. It really makes zero sense.
All right, final question for you, Alek. Then we're wrapping this. What do you look for in a good coach? How do you tell a good coach from a bad coach? So this entire call, you saw some advanced level, breaking down Tony's heart condition. You saw all of Alek's theoreticals backed with the papers he read, as well as his personal input. If someone's on the market right now looking for a coach, obviously they can DM Alek on Instagram. But like, what do you see in a good and bad coach for both Tony and Alek?
This is not just about the coach. This is how I just perceive individuals, whether they're legit and smart and I would want to associate with them or not, based on their thought process. Like when they say things, I don't like people that say like fancy things without actually explaining what they're saying. I wanna understand what you're saying, both simplified and advanced, and then I would obviously do my research and confirm what you've said, whether it's legit or not, and then going back and forth multiple times, logically and rationally, as the data cross matches, I would say, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about, therefore I will give him a chance. The physique is not that relevant, right. Even though in bodybuilding, that's the problem. Like if you see a soccer player or a baseball player or whoever, you don't know until you see him on the field. With bodybuilding, the biggest dude is, the one that supposedly knows, right? So that's the hack in this industry. And that's why in 2017, I got that shredded. It was because I could not compete with people that were significantly bigger than me. And I said, I'll just get shredded and, use that as a leeway to be heard. So right now, since I have that, I can be in a room with a microphone and just talk with whoever. And I would make Ronnie Coleman sound like an idiot. I mean, nothing against him. I'm just saying, that's the thing. So it's a matter of how you think, what you say, how you present yourself and all that. And it's not just in one aspect, I tend to judge people on mistakes that do in other areas in life, For example, if you backstab your best friend, like you cannot be my best friend. Like you're prepared to do that. Another thing that pisses me off when I want to buy something from somebody and then he says, okay, this badge is not for you. This is, like underdosed. This is better, and I'm like, if you're willing to fuck somebody over, like, how would I trust you? Like, I want for you to tell me like everything's on point. Like whatever you take, there's no mistake. If you're ready to screw somebody over, then I mean, what are we talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we see things.
Tony, you fixed a lot of bad coaches. A lot of people come to you with, the garbage coach, and you have to mitigate them for free. What do you see when picking one?
Actually, my biggest contact with coaches is giving coaches advice or second opinions on stuff. So I'm talking way more when I'm talking about bodybuilding chemistry to other coaches than I am to like client sort of stuff, because I just don't, I'm not a very good coach / trainer because I'm not really inspirational. Most of what people need is like inspiration to like keep going and like to be accountable. And because that's where most people fail, right? They just fail to follow the plan. Like getting the plan is the first step, but then following the plan is where everybody follows off anyways. So so for me, like if I was looking for a coach, it's like, okay, and I needed to be consistent. It's like, okay, what kind of coach is going to inspire me? It was psychologically who I'm going to look up to, respect, whatever. I think individualized stuff is pretty important because I feel like, let's say I'm really unique. So I have unique goals and I'm willing to take unique things and I have unique access to things. And so a coach would have to take all those things into consideration. And I wouldn't work very well with a cookie cutter type situation if I was like a client. When fixing problems from other coaches, I'd say the biggest problem that I see is that a coach just only works with what they know usually. So like a lot of coaches in the bodybuilding steroid world, they only know steroids and they don't know SARMs. They don't know peptides. And the problem is usually a hybrid approach gives you the most benefit for the least amount of side effects by far. So like if you only know one side of the hybrid, like you only know the SARMs, you only know the steroids, or you only know the peptides, like it's usually just missing like a group of things. So a major problem is that clients don't always share all the information with the coach, and the coach kind of needs all of the variables to be able to calculate it. And sometimes the coach is better than the client thinks they are, but the coach isn't telling the client all the details because then the client's going to get lost in the details. The coach really is considering all the variables and telling them what to do. But then it's hard to know because you don't really know what information pool the coach is pulling from. Maybe there's a huge gap in the coach's knowledge. So it's a really tough one because how do you know what you don't know from the coach's side and the client's side? So on the one hand, you think, okay, you want to get a coach that knows everything. But then you also have the problem of, the brain only knows so much information. And sometimes the people who know a little bit about everything don't know enough about any one thing. Mm-hmm. So, so I'd say it's really tough. And for that reason, I think it's really good for clients to try out multiple coaches of different styles. And especially I think that most people's training is extremely deficient, and that's not really acknowledged. I'm the steroid guy. I like the research chemicals and the hardcore drugs for sure. But the truth is that a lot of the people who I even talk to, I do the best I can to tell them about the steroids and stuff. And I tell them to train harder, but how can you really enforce that? You have them send you a video. You can kind of see what's going on. And honestly, it's every single time I've ever had someone send me a video of them training, it's been pretty disappointing. And then I'm like, wow, how do you fix that? You need a trainer in person pushing you, which is not good for Alex and I. Let's say we want to coach someone. I bet that must be very difficult, Alex. How do you, if training's their weakest link, how do you deal with that?
I drop them. There's nothing.
So you only take clients who at least they need to know how to train or be willing to learn how to train properly.
How I switched Russo's program to a more failure-based program and ask him, I talk with him how he feels. He's new to him, right? So I want to see how he responds. And then if it's too much, we can, be somewhere in the middle, something accustomed towards him. The problem is that when I write programs based on reps in reserves and all that, I don't trust people's judgment, especially when you're enhanced. How many times have you thought that you have like 2 more reps and in reality you have like 6 more?
Yeah, like he wants me starting off on the compounds. Like I did his push day and like at the top set a flat dumbbell, which is the start of the workout. He wants like an absolute failure set at the top. So I was like, it's going to take me a while to get used to like doing an absolute, like I'll actually go to failure. And then I told him like I was super fatigued for the rest of the workout because I actually hit failure. So I feel like a lot of people have like 5 reps in the tank and they're like, oh, it's starting to hurt now. This is good enough. And when you're on steroids, you want to go till like it's not working. You're literally failing.
Right. Exactly. But, when I look at guys from the 90s and 80s, like they worked balls to the walls, bro. Training that works, it works. And based on the studies that I've seen in natural guys, I think I brought this up, in natural guys in 16 weeks preps, their lean body mass did not change, statistically significantly, even though their testosterone was wiped out. Mm-hmm. So if they're not losing muscle mass and naturals really train hard, do you think that you're going to lose muscle on tren, EQ test, DECA, growth hormone, or insulin, this and that? Like, let's be real. The only disappointing factor when people die down for the show is when they realize how small they are, and they blame their diet or this or that. Bro, you were small, and that's it. Like, I know I'm small even right now. If I were to cut from 275, even if I'm like 230, 228, for my height 6'1", like that's not impressive. Like I'd have to be like, I don't know, like 250 shredded in order to be a bodybuilder. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
I didn't quite get it. What was you're saying that if you don't have to worry about losing muscle by dieting too hard or by overtraining or both?
By overtraining. Yeah, if you're severely under eating, then yeah. But overtraining on steroids, it's not gonna happen.
So what like how common do you think it is that someone is undertraining naturally when they think they're training really hard? And how common?
There were studies about this. They took average lifters in the gym. I'm paraphrasing the study. I don't have it, like I don't quote it in my mind, but like a huge percent of individuals, they were told to stop, for example, on one exercise, 2 reps shy of failure, and they stopped. And then they told them to go to full failure. And a lot of them like did 7, 8, 9 reps more so than what they assumed prior. So, people really cannot gauge how shy of failure they are actually. And by doing so, they're very undertraining, especially when they have just 2 working sets.
And then on gear, then you think it's like really like there's overtraining central nervous system, which you would feel, right? And then we know we need to back off, right? And overtraining by your central nervous system, you'd feel by like you wake up in the morning and your heart rate and you can't sleep and this type of stuff, right?
Not to that, you would be progressively weaker at the gym. But the problem when you're high in androgens, when your noradrenergic signaling is so high, when you're on halo, on tren, like you're benching, for example, and you think that you have 5 more reps, and then as you're doing them, that aggression hits you, and you can rep 10 more. You know that androgenic, drive where it just doesn't make sense. So bodybuilders can really train heavier and just go all out. It's way different than naturals.
I just think of like, when absolute failure, you look at Dorian's training style in the dungeon, like he would do like that massive, like one working set. And you'd be like, fuck, that's absolute failure, blasting gear.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't picture you do that.
Me?
Like, yeah.
Okay. I'm recording my workouts all this week. So I'll put my money where my mouth is, Alex.
He's chirping you. I love this chirping.
I'll go on camera, dude. It's again vlog, so we'll see.
Because like for him, he had the partner that like
I don't have the partner pushing up my shit, so I'll have to. No, you're right then on that angle. Okay, I'm checkmated. I'm checkmated.
So he was doing that, and then the partner was like helping him partially. Then afterwards, like it was so brutal.
Yeah, I got you. Next
Different.
vlog.
Yeah, but still, if you do that, like you'd progress like no other for sure.
Okay, noted.
Yeah.
Well, I'm inspired to train hard tomorrow. All right, I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna take some steroids and I'm gonna lift some extra reps.
What do you take these days?
What do I take on what am I gonna take tomorrow?
Recently, these days.
Oh, the only thing in my system right now is just tests. Because I didn't take anything the last few days. Because wait. What ester was the?
Let me wrap this up. This has been an absolute banger. I'll let them go off the call. Like I'm gonna end it cleanly because this is a one playthrough podcast. But everyone drop a thumbs up. And Tony, what are they commenting if they made it all the way to the end? I always make them comment something so we see who made it to the end.
They have to estimate how many cookies I ate during the podcast.
All right. Do the cookie emoji and then place the number on how many Tony ate. Awesome, guys. I'll see you guys in my next video.